We are back. It's been a few days since we did our double live stream. That was on Sunday. We did some building. We did this stuff on Sunday, and we did a bunch of running and testing. And so when we got into doing the testing, I got to the point where I just didn't have enough cars weathered. So today our goal is to weather at least 2 cars, the 2 long auto wrecks. I'm going to show you all the processes I do to do it. It's not that big a deal. Pretty simple. It's just, there's no airbrush involved. It's just acrylic paint, thin acrylic paint, and a paintbrush. And I'll show you, it's been a while now. It's been a good minute since I've done any N-scale stuff. I've done a lot of HO, and I've used the same techniques on HO that I'm going to do on N-scale here. But it's been a while. It's going to take a little bit for me to get back in the groove of it.
Goose Tag, Carl, and Ethan say hello.
Well, hello there. Glad you guys have joined us.
And Crochet Lady as well.
Okay, glad you're here. So I hope you'll find this kind of entertaining and informative on how I go through the processes of weathering. I'll show you some close-ups here in a second of some of the cars that I've already done. So you'll see the level we're going to try to get to today. I've already disassembled the cars. I'll get to that when we get over there. There's processes you need to do if you do weathering like this. I always take whatever I can off the main car body. So I'll show you that and how everything is stacked. And if you've got multiple cars you're working on, make sure you keep all your parts separated so you know which are which. So that way you'll eventually get them back on there, but this way you don't have to worry about it. The fact that they're both auto carriers, there's not much of a deal, except I did notice that there's a little bit of a difference in paint on the roof on one of them, so I'm just making sure I keep everything the same. So, but we did the big reveal also on Sunday with the huge Mako tower right here, and we showed the panels for the Leviathan tower. Here's a lot of the other panels for the lower tier section. We're going to be doing this build on Thursday. We'll have the rest of the panels by then to do the lower tier. It'll take it up to about right here in height to start off with. This one will actually be the tallest tower that we have so far. I'm going to get all the sanding done tomorrow, so I'm just ready to go. Everything will be cleaned up, so we're just doing assembly. And I also have all the rest of the I-beams here, so we can do all these cross pieces. So we'll do all that on Thursday. So that's some good stuff coming. And then I will attempt to tackle that crane again on Saturday. I'm going to probably spend Friday trying to organize and make notes on the instructions to try to make it a little more comprehensive as to how that's supposed to go together, because they're just a little confusing. So anyway, so we will work at the auto carriers today, and if that goes well enough and quick enough, I plan on trying to do, not this, but I plan on trying to do a couple more of the container cars over here and maybe some containers. So we'll just have a good day doing that. I'll answer all your questions while we're sitting here working on it, because it'll be a good distraction having questions, because usually I put music on because I kind of got to get out of my head when I'm working on this stuff, because then I start to overthink and I add a little bit more here. So I'll need a distraction. The music does that usually, but YouTube and licensing and all that, I can't have the music on. So, all right.
Andrew Lucius says hello.
Hello, Andrew. Glad you've joined us. I hope you find today fun and informative on how I handle my weathering. This is done, like I said, this is done exactly the same way. I've done the same techniques that I'm going to use here. I've used on N-scale, HO, and O, and I've had really good results in all those sizes. But I'll tell you how you adapt for size, so it doesn't take as long. So it takes about the same amount of time per scale, whatever scale you happen to be working in. I just happen to be doing N-scale, and so, but it does the same. All right, so let's do a quick tour around. I'll give you guys a quick look at the stuff if you weren't here on Sunday on the towers and things, and show you some of the weathering on the cars over here that we're going to try to get these things to today. And then we'll set the camera up over here, and then we'll just go to weathering.
1 second here.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Thank you. Make sure I've bottom down here. Yeah, okay. So let me get my glasses on here.
Squid says, "This is amazing, sir. I hope one day I'll have the space to do such a thing. Wonderful work."
Well, thank you. Don't need a whole lot of space. I'm working right now in a 7-foot by a little over 8-foot space. We're working right around 60 square feet is all we're working on to do this. We've got double levels. You can see what we're packing in up here. It's going to be full city all the way around. Down below will be all of the industry. So you don't need a whole lot, especially with N-scale. HO, you could do an HO in this, just not as much stuff with it, but you can still do an HO in this size. All right, so I do want to make some thank yous. Over the weekend, we had some, what are these called?
Gifts.
The gifts, okay, yeah. The chats, things like that, the gyms and whatever it is. I don't know anything about that. Abe tells me that it takes care of all that. But we had 6 people do that, and I want to call out to those and thank them personally. So we had Davey, Dallas Blackburn, James Kurth, Tracks to N-scale, Jeff, Jonathan Tyree, and Ron Mittel. Oh, it looks like an E. Mitlow? Yeah, your O looks like an E. So, okay, so Mitlow, sorry about that, Ron Mitlow. So thank you guys for that. Again, like I've said before, any of the gifts that come in go straight in to this. We don't use it for anything else. So we'll probably wind up using this to buy, well, I sold some stuff over the weekend, some of our 3D prints, and I was able to buy 4 more rolls of filament. So that's 4 more skyscrapers. So I may put this into getting maybe a car or 2 by used at the next train show, so we can weather them up and have more rolling stock. So anyway, so thank you very much for that. That's great. And if you like what you're seeing, please do like and subscribe. We'll get all this out of the way, and I'll remind you throughout the thing. It does help. We're trying to keep the algorithm really rolling well on this. It's been going great. So I appreciate everybody that's been subscribing and liking. So if you like what we're doing today or what we've done, please consider doing something like that. All right, so let's get the camera, walk around, show you everything, kind of do a recap, and then we'll go over here and we'll get started on the weathering. All right, let me get my glasses on so I can see the screen. Now, I apologize for any flickering of lights. We have the printer going, and it's on the same circuit as all of this. It's printing more of these panels. This is what I was talking about. This is a stack of panels that's going to be with this that's going to make the tower. So there was the new tower that we reviewed on Sunday. And there was the thing last week that we 3D printed the top of it. And there's the new tower top on this with all the windows finally worked out to where you can see through them. And this is what we'll be working on Thursday. In addition to building this tower, we're going to be putting a lot of the rest of the beam work in here, so that we can start to put the covering to it and really then start to be able to place the station where it's going to go. Now, when we get done doing the weathering today, or when we're in the middle of it, as I get cars done, we'll bring things over and we will do some test running to make sure that I didn't get paint down in the wheels too much. And if I do, then I can clean them out so we can get some good running stuff. So what I'm going to try to do today is get this kind of weathering that you can see right here, all of this. This is what we're going to work on. So we're going to be, like I said, we're going to be doing these auto carriers right here. And then we'll put them up here and we'll do some test running. We'll just put them on here on this one right here, on this train right, the back train, and we'll see how it goes. And I'll probably have to futz with the trucks a little bit. So you have to bear with us on that. All right. So this is the downtown area. We'll have this completed by the end of the week, all the way up, and we'll figure out where we're going to set it. So then we'll start working our way back over into this area and that area. We've got a lot of pieces put together now. They're just sitting inside here for the convention center, so we pretty well have that ready to go. We'll start the build of this probably once we finish this one. These are more panels right here for other stuff. So. And this did all dry up beautifully from that last session. I've just got to get in here and vacuum this out and get the rest of that finished up. All right, so I think we are just going to get straight to it. Because these take a while, and since, like I said, I haven't done N-scale in a while. Weathering has been mostly HO these days. Give you an idea of some of the HO stuff. Let's see here. This is one I usually show. This is the weathering I do on the HO and the graffiti and things like that. So that gives you an idea of how that'll look. Now, I won't do the dull coating on this today. I'll do that another day. So we'll that'll be and I use just Rust-Oleum matte finish to take care of it. So all right, so here we go. Welcome Hey, Ethan. And who's the other one? Oh, Fresno Jason. Hey. We're just getting ready to do some weathering today. I've got everything set up. I've got all my stuff. I've got my paints right here, and I'll go over those as we're doing them. I've got my various plates that I mix all the stuff in, and I've got my 3 cups of water that we will be using to do all the mixes with and to get the stuff looking like ink or ink consistency so we can get it done. So I've got, and I'll hold these up as I'm doing them, and I'll tell you what we're going to use on each of all the different steps. So here we go. So you want to come in and set this up? He's going to come in and he's going to zoom down into the area to where you're just going to kind of see this area right here. I'm going to try to keep this so you can see what I'm doing with all of this. This is the paper towel that I just used to dab everything off on, so you're not going to miss anything when my hand goes out of screen over here.
Jay is here,
Oh,
and
great.
Jason says, I'm working on trees while watching and listening.
Oh, well, great. I'm glad you're here.
Set it right there, I think.
So what we're going to do, try to focus right here so they can see this and all of that.
Yeah. There we go. Okay.
Yeah, that's pretty good. You can go in a little bit more if you want, because you don't need as much up here. You can actually kick it down and zoom in a little bit more. Okay, and then just turn it down a little bit more towards the bottom.
Like that.
Yeah, get rid of the stuff that's up on top up here. There,
Yeah.
and zoom in just a little bit more.
Resets the zoom. That's as far as it goes.
Is it as far as the zoom goes?
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
how's that?
That should be pretty good. Yeah, because I'll be working on the sides and they'll be able to see what we're doing, and I'll hold it up. Now, does this, when I hold this up, it's for them to see?
Nope, go down. Keep going down. Keep going.
Well, they don't need to see the whole car.
No, you literally cannot see it at all.
Is it fuzzing out or what? Oh, here.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you meant go down as far as this.
Oh, no.
Like that?
Yeah, you can see this side of it.
Okay, well, once I just bring this up,
you can just pan it around.
Yeah. Okay. So I can probably just go like this with it. Okay, perfect. So we'll just...
Crochet Lady says it's a shame the ladybugs are gone for the season.
They're not gone. They're still around. I've got like 3 in here that I saw the other day, so I'm sure once I start getting paint into the plates and stuff, they'll be coming around looking for a free meal.
So if you rotate the auto carriers around just like where that area there is, they'll be able to see the whole thing.
Yeah, and that's what's going to happen because I'm going to work like this. This is how I always work, because I work kind of perpendicular to myself, and that looks pretty good like that. I'm looking at it on the screen over here, so that's pretty good.
There we go.
So I'll just go about like that. There we go. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So I'll keep track over here on the screen to make sure I'm in a good spot.
Yeah.
There we go.
There you go.
That.
Perfect.
Okay. All right. So about this to the edge and that to that. That way they can see everything.
Carl
all right.
says,
Sorry, we're just kind of getting all set up here.
Carl says, rusty old trains.
Yeah, that's what we're about to do. All right. So I get my water out of the way because it's probably going to have all the talking. All right. So what we're going to start off with today is we're going to fade these cars down. And I use, for the most part, Americana and Apple Barrel cheap acrylic paint from either Hobby Lobby or Walmart. These came from Walmart, 59 cents a bottle. So it's a really good deal, and these go a long ways. I haven't done these in a while, so I'm going to make sure I get everything shaken up pretty good. So the fade is this. So we will start with the white. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get my plate, turn around to the white area right here. Now I've got a selection of brushes. We'll see if this is what I need. Now, what I was talking about as far as scale goes, how this applies to any scale. Depending upon the scale, will be your brush selection choice. Smaller the scale, smaller the brush. Simple as that. So, for example, I may wind up using this just to cover wider areas, but this is the type that I would be using mostly for HO, and probably one a little bit wider. I've got one that's a little bit wider. It's about like this. So you have better coverage when you're coming down the sides and stuff when you're working on it. So you're not taking forever to go down the side of a long car. I'll probably, just since I'm only doing the fading, I'll probably use this for the fading. And these are getting pretty ragged, so I've got a new set here. Again, this is just from Walmart. This is in their arts and crafts section. You can see $2.79, and it comes with, I've already used some brushes out of here. It came with about, I think, a 9-piece set, so there you go. So this is probably going to be a good size right here for doing the more intricate work, or maybe this one. So one of these two, but we'll figure that out in a little while. All right, so let's get started with the white. So we're going to put it on the plate. I generally put a decent dollop on. I mean, at 59 cents a bottle, who cares? I mean, that's, who cares? All right, so I'm going to get the cup that I use for white, and I've got it right here. So I've got I have 3 different cups for the 3 different colors that I use because I don't like mixing back and forth. I don't like when I've gotten using my rusts. If I got to come back in, I don't want to have any of the rust color mixing with my whites or the blacks. So. Jay says, drop the light for Mr. Algorithm. Algorithm. That's pretty good. Slim Chris says, I like to paint brushes and think Radium Girls. Radium Girls. Don't know that reference. Gerald Ford says, hey. Hey, Gerald. All right, so you should probably be able to see this. Yeah, I've got it pulled in a little bit more so you can. I'm just getting this paint to a real ink, real thin ink consistency type of stuff. Making up a little puddle right here of it. Making sure I've got plenty on here. And then if I need to, if it gets too thin, you just come up and you grab some of the pure paint up there. So now all I'm doing is I'm just wiping off the excess on the paper towels that I keep over here. I just wipe them on there just back and forth real quick. All right, so this is where you got to have a lot of faith in the process. And when I first started doing this, I didn't, and some of the early cars were just But then I started experimenting and seeing how things worked out. And so you just have to realize that what you see now is not what the end result is going to be. It's going to dry darker in some cases, maybe some cases lighter. You just have to get used to the paints you're using. So we're going to start with this side. And all we're going to do is just this. Dan says at Menards right now, you guys need any trade stuff info? At Menards right now. No, actually, we're getting ready to head over to Menards a little later this week. And we're going to check stuff out then. Oh, okay. What I'm going to do now is I dried the brush off, and all I'm going to do is pull the excess paint off. All the wet, the real wet stuff. We're just going to get it off. What this does is it's giving you a natural fade to everything. Slim Chris says Radium Girls painting all the dark instruments for flames during war, and they all buy for them. Oh, didn't know about that, about the radium. Oh. Well, that's why I work. I work with acrylics. I don't work with anything. I usually try not to work with any thinner based paints and stuff also. So, because acrylic's fairly non-toxic. I mean, it's just water-based. So, okay, we just about have the. Is the IHC Premier stuff good? IHC Premier, yeah, it's fairly decent. All right, so all I'm doing is just dragging this down and pulling off the really heavy, the little thicker buildup of the white, just so that we don't have a lot of white on here. But this is already starting to give me the effects I want. I'm getting it down here on the lower rail, the sill area. This doesn't look like much right now. Like I said, this is just the fade down effect. When we start putting the rust on here and the black for the dirt, it's really going to stand out. So what I've done here is I've taken these panels and just given them a nice fade down. I'll do a comparison here. I'll hold up the Conrail next to it and you'll be able to see the difference. Okay. So here. Carl says weather has 2 shades brown and gray if the train has a metal. Yep. I mostly work with the rusts and the blacks. Okay, so here is the white versus a non-treated surface. So I'm going to let this dry like this. So what we're going to do is we're going to switch cars, and I'm going to do this one. That's how I usually do it. I just kind of set up an assembly line look, and Let me get this all cleaned out. And just I just stay on the same sides on each car. This way I just kind of get the same overall look. Now I'm seeing that my whites here are starting to build up. The nice fades are starting to come in right here, which is good. When I get ready to do the undercarriage area, I might come in and do a little more white right down at the bottom of the sill there. But we'll see how that goes in a little bit. So I'm going to set this off to the side, and we're going to start the Conrail one.
Sean says, I don't know if you would know this question, but what type of hole would you use for train gears? Because I have a train that isn't moving very well.
What tip of what?
OLE. Hole.
Oh, that I don't know. And what is it? Is the running gear?
Train gears.
Train gears. Oh, oil, I bet. Oil. We use Labelle for most of the stuff that we do, and I can't think of the tube for grease. But usually you can buy them in a 2-pack type of a thing. I've seen them sold together. All right, so now we're gonna get this darker one. I want this one to fade down a little bit more, so I'm gonna pull some of the. I dipped into the non-thinned white on this one a little more. So I'm going to do about half the car.
Slim Chris says in UK we use a 3-in-1 oil.
Yeah, we've got a can of that. I just my dad always went with the Labelle stuff, and so it's just one of those things, just a learned habit. So.
Eugene says hello.
Hello, Eugene. All right, now we're starting to get some nice streaking coming in with the fade, especially on this darker car. It's looking really good on these ends.
Slim Chris says it comes in a square metal can.
Yeah. The 3-in-1?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Gerald asks, does anyone else here like the Proto 2000?
Well, I think they're pretty good. The Proto 2000 stuff, by and large, is fairly decent, both steam and diesel.
Get Real asks, how long between the next color?
Not too long. Well, actually, I will be doing the entire car in each color, but each one of these, once a side here takes probably less than about 5 minutes each. So we're probably looking at about, before we change colors and we head to rust, we're probably looking at about 20 minutes.
Mark Menon says hi.
Hi, Mark. All right, so now we're coming across a little thicker the paint. Want to mix with some of the thinner. Get some water here.
Gerald says large improvement from the 70s lifelike locomotives, which are reliable. They just didn't work very good.
Yeah. But some of the new lifelike stuff, the Proto 2000 especially, they've got some really good details. I've actually seen some better details on those than I have some of the other manufacturers that are in that kind of a range, like the Athearn Ready to Run stuff, and it's just all a preference thing too.
Renzel Lanier says, "Hey, that looks so cool. I want to do that."
Yeah, it's easy to do, and by the time we get done, at the beginning of this, I showed the effect that we're going for that I've done on my other cars. Now you'll notice here also, I'm also taking it, and some of the panels I'm not wiping off as much, and I'm wiping off more on the others. I do that all the time to get a variety, so everything isn't just completely the same. So, like, for example, see, like right on this one right here, I'm pulling a lot of it off. I don't know how well it's going to come out on it, but you know something? Well, that's a really bad camera angle. It's not getting. I may move the camera angle towards shooting straight down right here. That might be better. We'll see how it goes. Or maybe I'll just try holding the paintbrush back a little further, like this, so you can see. That's what I'll do. Is I'll just hold the paintbrush back a little further. So I'm not trying to do a reset. Okay, but as you can see, we have like some panels here. See if it comes up. You might be able to tell. I'll try to get the reflections off. We've got a panel here that's like a little lighter. Well, lighter is in the original color, whereas like this panel is really faded. And let's see, this one's really faded. This one a little lighter here, and then some of the brighter ones there with more of the white on them. So that's going to make for a nice variance. And then the streaking is coming in really good right here, on the two ends. This really faded down nicely. You can see how that's really drying. And when we go to put the rust in and the black in, a lot of this stuff is just going to pop real nice. And you can see down here at the bottom along the sill, the frame down here, that the white is really starting to come in nicely down there. We've covered up the trailer trains. We've faded that down. We faded some of the numbers down right here. So it's coming in pretty good. So I think what I'm going to do before I trade this back to get the other side there, I think I'll go ahead and get the undercarriage on this side done.
Frenzel said, I just joined. Are you putting just water on?
It looks like just water, but it's not. This is a very thin, inconsistency acrylic white paint is what I'm doing. So now we'll get this right here. I'll get this cross piece. It's nice and dark under here, so you'll really be able to see that standing out. What I do is anything that I think you're going to see from the track side, I always catch. You want to make sure, I can put a little bit on the brake cylinder there, the air compressor rather. This will really make a nice bit of weathering underneath. Of course, we'll have to weather the trucks and everything too to match. But this, there we go. And after I get this all done on the sides, I'll turn it over and we'll do the bottom. Even though nobody ever sees it, I still do those areas just to put a finishing touch on everything. Okay, so that's pretty good. We've got some good white going in on that, so I'm going to set this over here off to the side. I'm going to go ahead, I don't have to worry about this, so I'm going to put the white right here real quick. I should have done that before I moved it over, but we'll just slap it on here real fast.
Crochet Lady asks, have you already weighted these two cars? Is it easier to detail cars before or after weighting
This does have the weights in it because I was thinking I was just going to run them clean for a while, but then when I had them in the consist and they looked like toys next to my weathered models. Yeah, the weights are already in there. You can actually see the added. This is the the split shot fish line weights that are in there, and that really stopped a lot of the wobble on it. So yeah, I've already done that part. Okay, so this side is pretty well done. So I'm going to check it here. Yeah, it's dry. That's the beautiful thing about acrylics versus oil-based paints or thinner-based paints that take a long time to dry. I'm on to the next side. So we're just going to flip this over and see how shiny this is. We're about to get rid of all of that.
Gerald says a lot of people have been telling me the old
pen line. I've had a few pen lines in the past, but I can't really attest to operation on them because I've never ran them. But I've had them, but I've just never used them, and I don't think I even have them anymore. Okay, so we're going to pick up the paint, and here we go again. So now, just grab the end here. It's got a great little area to grab onto, this little top part right here. So, all right, so I'm going to keep this back a little bit further so you can see. Maybe I can get my hand out of the way so you can see what I'm doing. What I generally do on a small car is I try to go about half or a little more to make it easier. So it's just 2 applications across. All right, I'm going to get a little bit of white that's on the brush, and I'm going to work that in right there. Okay, so now I'm going to clean this brush out. I just dipped it in the water, and I'm just dabbing it on the paper towel over here. And we're just going to start pulling this off. Now, when I'm pulling this off, I release the pressure as I get closer towards the end. I like pull the brush up and off. That way, it keeps more of the fade and the dirt at the bottom, and it takes more off the top where there would be less because the water running down will collect more dirt and things down towards the bottom than it will at the top of an item, a car. So
Jason says, I love the old red caboose auto racks. I've been stripped with the autos, but I can slide in and out if I like. The cars also serve as weights with a nice visual accent. Yeah, the red caboose ones, I've had red caboose cars too. They're pretty good. All right, I'm just going to see if I can keep from losing. Haven says, morning, I'm a Pacific Lines guy myself.
Oh, okay. Good morning. Glad you joined us. All right, so I've come back in here and I've add a little bit extra white down the side here. I put a little extra right here on the end, so now we'll move this. I'll shift it just a little bit. And we will get this. I'm going to pick up a little more of the actual not as diluted paint, especially down here towards the end. Make sure we get a good fade down on that area right there. And then I just kind of walk away and I work on the rest of it, and I let that just kind of dry on its own because it gives some great streaks as it's drying. And all I'm doing is dabbing off the paint. When you see my hand go out of the thing, it's just I'm going over the paper towel here, and I'm just getting the liquid off so that all I'd be doing if I didn't do that is just be moving paint from panel to panel. And again, I'm going to take a couple of these panels. I'm going to make them a little brighter and some a little more faded. I'm going to probably leave these ends down here faded pretty good. And I'm just going to streak that down right there. Perfect. And I'm going to come along the bottom and add a little bit more, just do some dabbing, especially like over lettering. Fade that stuff down. Okay, so this one's got both sides done. All that's really left to do on this one is the ends, and that'll just take a few minutes, but I'll go ahead and get the side of the Conrail done too. Yeah, that's pretty good. That's a nice faded panel right there. I'll leave that one really bright white, so I really like the looks of that. Okay. Well, while I'm here, I'm thinking about it before I get all happy and moving on to the next. So I'm going to get this underneath carriage here. Get the beam going across the bottom. Get that cylinder. Yep. All right, so now I'm going to just take this, set it back over here, let that side dry. This side is dried up now, so I'm going to check here, make sure. Yes, it is. So now we're going to, this really came out good on the ends. I like the highlighting that's coming in right here on the ladders on both sides, and we have some nice lighter areas developing around the frames, the uprights. And this really came in good right here. We've got some really good light areas in between the panels. What'll be good about this is when we put the rust color on, these will be lighter areas of rust because the white underneath will make the rust areas a little lighter, it'll be a little darker in some areas. So it's just going to give us a good variance. So we're going to do the same thing on this other side so this car matches, that we have the same kind of, that's what you want to do is if you have like a lighter car, make sure both sides you do lighter. If you've got a darker car, make sure you do both cars the darker. So again, I'm just kind of getting a mix right here at the end. You can just see how that goes on. Get between the panels. Make sure I cover the nameplate. I'll go ahead and put a little bit of white down at the bottom. This is exactly the same techniques here that I use for just about every car. This is how I do the container cars. The area down here, same exact way. We're going to let this set up for a minute before we come in and we brush that down. You get bubbles developing. If you do, just blow on it real quick. That'll pop all those off of there and allow a nice uniform drying. Okay, so I'm going to take, I think I'm going to take these two panels and make them back to the original color a little more. So I'll wipe more of the white paint off on this one and probably this one right here. There we go. And then just do a quick little drag down there. There. Okay, so now this is set up a little bit. So now we're going to come in here. We're going to dab some of this. All you do is take the end of the brush and dab up some of the built-up paints where it's run down to the bottom. And then we're just going to do that. Perfect. That's a nice fade down and streaking right there on the end. I like that a lot. When we put the rust on and the black, that's really going to stand out. You'll see that when we get to that stage. It's not too far away. We've almost got about 3/4 of total done on the sides themselves between the two cars. So the next will just be the ends, and then we'll be ready to change colors. This car has a little more peculiarities to it as far as how you have to work this. because of all of the texturing on the panels. All those little holes and everything that are there, they really, I mean, there's no holes that go through. It's solid, but what they're supposed to look like holes. They grab the paint and they hold on to it pretty good. So you just got to take your time on something like this. Normal box cars don't take this kind of time at all. I will have already, in the amount of time it's taken me to do these panels right here, I probably could have done about 6 box cars. 2 cars versus about 6. And that's just because I'm having to really work these areas right here. But you can see, again, focusing on a couple of the panels and taking more off, we're getting a nice, really nice variance of color down the side of the car. And we'll hit this, drag that out of there. There we go. And the little steps, I just usually just dab in between there. All right, so let's get the bottom of that. And sometimes I've done cars where I've just done the white on it because I just, wanted to fade down. I didn't want to do any dirt, didn't want to do any, and that's perfectly, if you want to stop at this step, it's up to you. But I've pretty much resigned myself to the fact that everything gets rust and black for dirt and everything else. So that looks, I've got some really, let's see if I can angle it here, see if this will work. I'm looking on the screen over here so I can see if you can see the variance of colors down the side where you've got whiter panels and darker panels. So that's what I'm looking for. It's maybe a little too white right here, so I think I'm going to take just a little bit off and maybe just a little bit there. And that still leaves a lot of white on there, and it still gives me a nice effect. Okay. Perfect. All right, again, I'll come along the frame here. Make sure that's all nice. Yep, this is all. I'll try to, when I'm done with everything, I'll try to get some really good close-ups. I don't know how well that's going to work, but I'll try to get some good close-ups. All right, so I'm going to, this bottom didn't quite fade down the way I wanted it to, so I'm just going to add a little extra. You can just go back in. That's the great thing about it. And the thing about acrylic is, you don't like something, you can take water, thin it down, and pretty much wipe almost all of it off, and you can almost just start all over again. So that's why I go with acrylics. Okay, so we are now back to this one. So last step on this one prior to changing colors is going to be to get these ends. You can actually see here, let me see if I can show it. I'm looking on the screen over here to see it. You can actually see the white versus the fresh yellow right there. You can see how much we've faded this down versus the end. So now we'll fade the end down. And the other thing that's great about this versus an airbrush, I don't have to worry about venting. I don't have to worry about wearing a mask, overspray on anything. I don't have to have a little booth. I just do it by hand, and I'm really in control of where the paint goes. That looks good, so we'll flip it around. This car's almost done and ready to go for the next color. That's pretty good. Yep, and then when the black comes in here, all these recessed areas will get a beautiful black shadow area done. And the rust that I'll put on will highlight like all the rivet areas, all the seams, everything. All right, so real quick, while I'm here, I'm going to flip this over and I'm going to hold by the stirrup steps. All I'm doing is I'm going to just do a quick wash on the bottom, and that's mostly just dabbing it into the open areas between the ribbing that's underneath. And I'll pull it out to the edge once I get to that stage. And when we get to the black and the rust, that's when this will really stand out. This is just to give me the, I want to keep the uniformity to the car. So that's perfect. Gives me nice light areas. And it added some to the bracing right here too, which is really good. All right, so we'll set this over here out of the way really quick. And then we'll get the ends of this car. And they'll be ready to change paints. And I'll show you how I mix my rust color. So I never found a good rust in an acrylic that I really liked and I was happy with. So I wound up taking, just experimenting over the years. And I found a good combo between two paints. Perfect. There we go. That's going to look really good. I need to add a little more because these the ends of these cars. There we go. Perfect. Because the sides are a little wider here, so I want to make sure I kind of stay with that. Like I was saying just a minute ago, you want to make sure you go the same coverage all the way around. There we go. This end is not as heavy, so I just did a little lighter on this end. That's fine. Okay, so now again, we'll just flip over, hold by the stirrup steps. And we'll just... I'm trying to keep my hand further up the brush so that you can see this go on here a little more. I can't watch everything on the screen as I'm doing it, so I got to watch what I'm doing. But I'm thinking you'll probably be able to see most of what I'm doing here. Again, nobody's ever going to see this area. Mostly what this is to highlight any molded pieces, like the brake lines and things like that are underneath. This will help highlight all that. I mean, nobody's ever going to see any of this that you're doing when your train's running, but you'll know it's there. There we go. Just dab in here and get some of those bigger built-up areas out of the way. Okay. Perfect. So that underneath is fine. So we're going to take this and we're going to set this over here upside down so that can dry. If you put it on its side right now, all that you have is going to just shift to one side. So you want to keep it upside down until you pretty much see it dry. Like this one's pretty well dry now. Okay. So we'll let it go a little bit longer while I shift and I mix up my rust. So we're just going to take this plate, we're going to move it out of the way. I'm going to set it up over here because I'll probably have to come back and put a little bit of highlight on here and there. We'll deal with the roofs later. I have those off. It basically is going to be the same process that we're doing now, but it will, you got to wipe things off a little more on it. And the reason I take them off is, as you saw as I was working on the upper edges of these, I would have been into the roof area. Most of the N-scale cars, well, in HO2, you can take the top off. It'll come off on it. It's not really molded. It's into the piece. They were made so you could put interiors in and doing whatever thing, as far as, not interiors, but put stuff inside the weights and all that kind of stuff. So if you can take the tops off, it just makes things a lot easier in the end. Okay, so here is my bowl that I use for my rust. This is the base color I use in the rust is this, and the reason this is on here is because this is the color I use for painting my ties. So it didn't really matter that I put it into the same bowl as the rust. This is what we're going for the rust. So for the rust, I use, these are Deco Art Americana. You get them shaking here, and then I'll hold them up and I'll show them to you. One is honey brown, and the other one is burnt orange. I always have to look at it because I can never remember what it is. I've got extra bottles over here. I usually keep a bunch of this in stock around here because everything I do usually has some rust of some sort. This and the white and the black are the four colors I go through the most. Okay, so just so you can see what it is, we'll go right here. We'll see if there we go. Back up right about here. Hang on, I'll get it in the screen. There we go. Okay, So that's the honey brown and the burnt orange Americana. So that you can see the numbers there and everything. So, all right. So now we're going to mix this up. This, I try to estimate about how much I'm going to need for the project. I try not to waste so much. I mean, again, it's only like 60 cents a bottle, but I always try to just have what I need. So I'm going to move this over here, and I'm going to just put out a good amount like that. And it's not quite a half. It's not quite a 50-50, but it's pretty close. Okay, so now we're going to change the waters out. I'm going to get the water that I'm going to use for that right here. Take the white, the cup with the white water back in there. I'll go ahead and clean it out and get all the rest of the white out of it. Flip my paper towel over. That's how I do it. Is I just I try to reuse as much as possible. I know I'm going to probably have to have another one here in a sec. Okay, so to try to get this color right here, I just mix these two together. Okay, I didn't quite get enough. Doesn't look like I got enough of the honey brown in it. And you can use any rust you want. This is just what I use. Now let's see here. Well, that's actually pretty close. I might just go with that. I mean, it doesn't really matter. Variances from car to car is actually a good thing. So, yeah. Okay. All right, so same thing. I'm going to make half of it thinner by just getting the the water mixed in over here on one side. So we've got a little thinner on one side, a little thicker on the other. Now you'll notice this looks lighter. It will dry to this darkness right here. So that's why I said you just got to kind of, when you have a color you like, you just got to just trust in it that it's going to get to that point.
Hard to please asks if you're making pumpkin pie.
Pumpkin pie. Well, it kind of looks like it, but no, not quite. I need a little more orange for that. Okay, so we're going to go back to the CSX. I'm going to push this out of the way. I got my mix there. So now we're going to, let's see, which side, I don't remember which side I did first. Guess it doesn't really matter. Both sides are pretty well dry at this stage. Okay, so we're going to make sure, I'm going to start with the thin so that if I don't like what it is, I can get it off pretty quick. All right, so here we go. Not quite thin enough, so I'm just going to come in with water. And I'm going to get into the latter areas. When you start working with this, I don't quite go as far over. I'll do a couple panels at a time. So we've got time before it dries to come in and work the brush on it. And I'm going to come right to the middle, and I'm going to get the rust off the middle areas. I usually keep my rust to the edges. Kind of like you're just framing a picture. There we go. That's really starting to bring that rust color in now. Separating it. We're going to let that just dry down here so there's rust really built up around where water would collect. I may shift to a smaller brush. This is getting to be too wide. We'll get plenty of water. I can just pull this right here like that. There we go. Now we're getting that silver to come back through, but we're getting a beautiful fade right here of the rust creeping in from the edges.
Washington Railboy says hello.
Hello. Glad you joined us. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. Okay. So now we just got to do that down the rest of the side. I'm just going to do probably, well, I can probably get by with 3. I'll just have to work a little quicker and make sure I don't get back to the, make sure I get back to the first panel quickly. Get it nice and wet, and then I can start to pull the colors off. There we go. And later I'll come in with a finer brush and I'll actually put some streaks in. Right now I'm just getting my overall rust color on the car. Yeah, that's starting to really do it now. You can really see how this half of the car is really getting rusty versus just the faded. I mean, this is really starting to develop the colors that I like to have on these things. That's the great thing about the acrylics, you just scrub it. You want a little less in a spot, you just get a little more white on the brush, or not white, water on the brush, and you just scrub. Like that. I'm going to leave this one a little dirtier right here around the name. Those came in pretty good. I'm taking a look here. Yeah, I think that's looking all right. So now we'll get these done here. I'll run it to the thin one, and then I'll do the end by itself with the last panel. Now on the Conrail one, you're not going to see this rust as much. The predominant color for the weathering is going to be the black. That's what's really going to show up. Just because the car is a reddish brown to begin with, and we're doing an orangish brown here, and you're just not going to see the color. There will be on the panels, there will be, but not on like the painted surfaces of the Conrail color. Just keep that in mind. Again, I think I'm going to leave a few areas a little rustier in spots, as per real life. I may leave this little panel here a little rustier, and so I'll leave this side of this panel a little rustier too. Like this general area had more water flowing down the sides. And as we're going along, it's starting to come down in here really well, especially like right here, you can really see rust coming down between the aluminum panels or metal panels to where you've got some good streaking. And so it's already setting up some of that. I'll use a fine brush and I will accentuate that with longer streak areas. All right, so we'll get the end here. You can see how this takes a little bit longer than the white. But this is because we're heading into the major parts of the weathering now at this stage. Again, like before, I'm just going to dab in between the steps there. nice and even. And turn the brush on its side so you have the thin. I forgot to mention that. I turn the brush onto its side so you get the thin edge to go down the middle. And we're just gonna, not as much right there. I'm gonna come back in here and we're gonna make sure that looks pretty good. Yes. I think I'm gonna pull a little bit right here. There was some getting kind of not so good right in that spot. And I think I'm gonna pull just a little bit more off of right there. All right. So now you can see what it looks like going on to a darker car. So as you can see, it's looking, I don't know, a little bit. It really looks great around where the supports are. I mean, we've got rust moving in on either side, but here in the center of the car, we've got the white where the fade down is still in. So we're starting to get our layering effects on here to give us all this really great contrasting. And this just comes from all my years of art. I grew up as an artist. You guys know, most of you know that I've, my railroad art that I've done. So this is from all of those years of experience with doing that. So we're going to set this guy off to the side. Oh, that from a distance, boy, that looks really good. That's going to look good in the consist now. I'll be happy with that. All right, so now this is all dry underneath. So we're just going to start on an end here, just like we did the other. I'm going to get a little more of the rust mix wet. You just have to kind of keep things wet. And what I do is I'll take some water and I'll just throw it onto where I have my non-thin paint just to keep it, because acrylic will dry pretty fast, even with a big glop like that. So you just want to make sure you keep things to where you can work with them. All right, so again, we'll just start here at this end. And we'll just work our way down. I'll do probably the 3 panels right to here. All I'm doing is just a brush on. That's it. Just doing a little brush on there. And then you get it really nice and wet again. And then you start pulling it off. I'm leaving the end down here just wet for a while because I'd like some more of the orange to show up. That rust orange to show up on the red that there is, the red brown of the car. So I'm just going to let that sit there for just a little while. Oh, that's looking good right there. I'm using the edge of the brush again, right in the middle of the panel. Gonna get it here, and we're gonna really scrub kind of hard right there. There we go. And then the same thing right here. I'm gonna come back in, and I'm just gonna scrub a little hard right there. There we go. So now we're building up these edges around the panels again. Now I'll come in and I'll just do a quick drop down. Perfect. I've got some really good rust. I don't know how well it's going to show on the camera, but here, if you start doing this, you'll see it on yours. I'm getting some really great faded rust areas right through here. It's really building up nicely around these the beams. So that's exactly what we're looking for right there. I'm going to come in here and I'm going to get that thinned out where that one was, it went over. So same thing, we're just going to come in here. We're going to do this and this. I'm going to go probably 3 again, like I was doing. Well, I'm really liking how that's coming out. Like I said, it's been a while since I've done N scale. It's mostly been HO lately. So it was just getting back into the groove of it. I figured I probably, by the time I got to the rust layer, that I'd be back. I'd have the pattern figured back out. Again, using the side of the brush on the edge of it versus the flat. Pulls that off nice. Come back. I think I like that. Actually, I really like that. I'm going to leave this a little rustier right here, right in the middle. I really like how that's Yeah, I like how that really looks. So what I'll probably do on these ones over here is I'll make them a little lighter. I'll leave these a little redder. And that's just a judgment call. As you're doing it, just as you see it, you like it. Just I never know until I start to work on it as to what I'm going to leave and what I'm not. Make this nice and just get this acrylic on the car itself, just really wet like water. And that'll allow you to just come in here and do this. Just keep that brush clean. And you'll be able to pull all the stuff off that you don't want. So yeah, look a little bit there. Like I said, I'm making this a little brighter over here on this side, so more in the middle is where we've got our rust on this car. And the other side will be different. The other side I may make at the ends will be a little rustier, and the center will be clean. You don't want to have the same on both sides, you want to have variances. All right, we're starting to look pretty good here on this one. Perfect. Nice. Now you can see, from here I can really see it. Beautiful rusting right here in the middle, on these middle panels with lighter on the sides. And I need to come in here and I need to dab those steps out a little bit. And
What are you doing?
I am weathering an N-scale car. We did a fade down and now we're putting the rust on. Because I've found all the rest of my cars were just too rusty and these just didn't match. But now they're really starting to match. So for all of you who've been watching through this, if you'll go back and look at where we started to where we are right now, what we may wind up doing is maybe we'll do a split screen image. I don't know if we can do that for the thumbnail that'll show what it was to begin with and where we are right now. Don't know if we can do it, but if we can, we can. But if not, just go back and review the images. Okay, so got all that. So both of these sides are now done. This side should be dry now. It is. So you kind of see, we did a little darker. This one has like a little more rusty overall look to it than I did on the panels on this one. So I'll just need to remember when I go to flip the other side here in a minute, to do that on this one and do lighter on this one. And not look at this one as I'm doing this one as my guide. So we will set this over here out of the way. And is it dry? Yes, it is. Okay. So I didn't get underneath like I did the other one. This won't matter when I flip it. Like I said, the black will be the real accenting color once we get to that. It really makes the rust areas just pop. You'll see what I mean when we get to that stage. Okay, so that's fine. All right, so let's spin this around. We'll toss this over, and then we'll just get started on this side. So we're about halfway through with the rust process. Like I said, you just kind of have to be brave when you look at your car and you think, oh, what am I doing? But I got these two at train shows, $5 a piece cars. So it's like, all right, if I screw it up, which I've done enough of them, I know I'm not going to at this point, but I did screw up my fair share of them at the beginning. Until I got this figured out. So if you can get some cheap cars to practice on, that would be my recommendation. Don't, start doing this on like a $40, $50 car. If you've got something, even just like old things you consider garbage cars, because they're just not a great manufacturer, they're real cheaply made, just something to practice on. That's what I did initially, and I'm glad I did because it just took a while. to get all of this figured out. Now, see, this is where I'm gonna talk about this versus airbrush, because a lot of people love airbrush.
Tracks to N Scale says hello.
Hello, Tracks to N Scale. Glad you joined us. You can use an airbrush to get these streaks on the sides like this. But by doing this with a paintbrush and varying the pressure you use when you pull stuff off, you get a lot of paint underneath all these little areas, which an airbrush won't do. And so I'm able to get back pretty much to the original color. Also, to where I have my rust highlights they're there. And where I don't want them, I've come back in and taken them out. So I just prefer the control that you get with a paintbrush. And just doing it a little bit at a time, like that. I mean, and it's really fun to do. I really enjoy working on this. I mean, that's not to say do what?
He says, nice to see your customizing.
Oh, well, thank you. Yeah, just doing, we're just working on some of this today. We're going to get these two done, and then if I've got time, we may do some containers, maybe a container car. We'll just kind of see how it goes. As you can see, we're just doing the same thing. You just make it water consistency, ink consistency. I may make one of the panels on this side a little darker. Leave it a little darker. I'm going to have to get a new paper towel here pretty quick when I get done with this side right here. I'm probably going to change paper towels out. Now the paper towel is just getting wet and I'm not getting the brush dry. All right, I'm going to just do a very light pull off on this panel right here. I'm going to try to keep most of my rust. I can always put a little bit more back on if I take too much off. That's the other thing that's nice about it. Just getting some good streaks right there. Nice. How's that? Yeah, that one's definitely a little rustier. Compared to the other side, yep, that's fine. Okay, so we'll leave that one like that. Don't know if you guys can hear it, but our 3D printer in there is just printing away. We're getting the last of the panels made for the Leviathan building. That for the first big base tier, probably going to be pretty close to about a 20-inch high base section. By the time we're done with it, maybe a little over. Not exactly sure.
Crochet Lady says, doesn't look like you've lost your touch at all from H2O to N transfer. Wow, from the $5 card to a $50 card.
Oh, well, thank you.
Graffiti too?
Oh, am I going to do graffiti too? Oh, thank you for the compliment on it. Yes, I will be doing graffiti on these later, which is why I'm not going to put a final coat on these today, because I probably will be putting some sort of graffiti on here, maybe a full body graffiti. I've been wanting to do that Homer Simpson one for a while, and he's on a yellow car. I don't think it's a CSX, but I may do that. Okay, so that's, we'll take a look at it here. Nope. I need to take a little more of that off right there, thin it out just a little bit. There we go. There we go. Okay. That's getting a little better. Okay. See how we got here. There we go. That's it. All right, so get it down here. And this car has got most of the weathering done except for the black coat. We'll be doing that here in a sec. When we get the other side of the conrail done. Yes, I could, well, and then the ends. There we go. Okay. That'll be fine. I'll just set that guy right there. Yep, that's definitely a much lighter car, which is good. That's what I'm wanting on that. Go back to this one. It did definitely dry up nicely with the rust. These three panels right here in the middle being a lot more rusted than the ones around. So that looks really good. All the rust down here on the bottom is looking really decent. Nice right here on the ends, which is where I really like to have a lot of rust, is on the ends of the cars. We're getting some fantastic rusting right here, which is just like I said, is going to get accentuated when we get the black on it. So let me grab another paper towel real quick, because I've got to have one for what I'm doing. It's just gotten too wet on that one. So we're just going to take this, fold it over, put it right on top of the other one. Okay. So do the other side of this one, and we're going to be getting into the wrap-up stages on the rust part, because the ends don't take any time. All right. Now get a little more. Definitely have enough rust here mixed up. That's for sure. Depending if I decide to do another car, it may stay workable enough until I get to another car. We'll see. So I'd really like to get most of the stuff I've been testing with. I'd like to get most of it weathered. That's the goal, is so that it just looks real while I'm running the mixed consists. I want to go a little further on this one. No, I probably shouldn't, but I'm going to go a little further. I don't like to do 4. 3 is usually the max. When I'm doing HO, I usually just do 1 to 2 panels at a time. And with HO, you would use a brush twice as wide as this. So the amount of time I've spent working on this would be about the same that you would have on HO, because you'll be covering a wider area with the bigger brush. All right, so I think I'm going to leave this a little rustier down here at this end. Like I said, because like I said, on the other side, I've got a little rustier in the middle. So I think I'm going to pull more of the rust off these middle panels right here. That. Maybe a little less right here in the middle on this one, and leave the two end ones a little darker like that. Yeah, like that. All right, let's get the rust out of that. Get that dabbed off. Get right there in the steps. Okay, so now we'll do light in the middle right here, and then maybe a little rustier out at the ends down here to match. I'll probably just go to here, and that way the two end ones can be just a little darker. I'll just work these lighter ones here in the middle. And again, like I said before, I decrease the pressure as I get towards the bottom. I press real hard up here at the top with the brush, and I release as I'm coming down, so that you leave it built up towards the bottom and not as much on the top. And that's just a natural way things would weather up. Okay, I'm going to really work this one right here, get the middle really good. There we go. Same thing here. Really do some dragging down. Good. And the same thing there. I want to make sure. Try to get this one looking just about the same as that one. And then they can start to get a little darker as we get out here to the edge. And then I'll make the edge ones really dark, like I did down here. Okay, so the last two panels in the end. And I'm not, like I said, I'm not going to take too much off. And we'll have pretty much most of this done. And just take a couple minutes and then doing the black. The black is quick because we've already established the pattern with the rust color. Now I'm just going to do just a little, I'm using again the end of the brush. I'm going to leave this guy, I'll do a little bit right there. I'm going to let that dry up a little darker. That's pretty good right there. Let's take a look and see what we got here. Oh yeah, I'm going to leave that right there. That looks really good. Having some extra rust in. Definitely really good here on the end with this rust. Good streaks there. Perfect. All right. So let's get the frame of that cylinder. Go. All right. That I like. I think that's going to be a good match to the other side of this car. I mean, you'll never be able to tell, but you're never going to see both sides at the same time, but I think it's going to be a pretty good match to that side. All right, so we're going to move this. We're going to put it over here. I'm going to get
Jay
the...
says looks good.
Who?
Jay.
Oh, well, thank you, Jay. All right, so now we're just going to do these ends real quick. I mean, this is a cheap, effective way of getting some really great color on your cars. I mean, what I showed you the thing, it was what, $2 for the package of $2.60 for the package of paintbrushes, and each of the bottles of paint. I've used 3 bottles so far. So, and a bottle will do so many cars. But 50 cents on the one bottle, and the Americanos I think are a little more expensive because they come from Hobby Town, or Hobby Lobby rather, and they are, ooh, that's looking good right there. I think they're like 70 cents a bottle. Yeah, this put us some good rust right there. I'm going to take a little bit off the end. I use the edge closest to the metal so that I don't get any on the thing right there. And then we'll just kind of, there we go. That way it's just not so built up and doesn't look as bad. I mean, rusty bad. There we go. Okay. And that side's pretty good right there. So you can see we've got some good rust where it needs to be, which is in the corners. And it's starting to develop coming down around where like the recesses are. And that's exactly what we want. Again, these ends you hardly will ever see, but I get when I do one, I do the whole thing. So, all right, we'll let that stand upright and do that. Oh yeah, boy, that underneath, ooh, that's looking really rusty and old. That looks good. All right, so let's get this end done. The camera is definitely not going to show you all the varying colors. Oh, that looks really good right there. That are done with this. You just need to experiment. If you want to try this, trust me, once you've done this, you'll start doing every car. Because it is just a fantastic effect. I'll come in here and I'm going to pull off a lot of that. Oh yeah. Yeah. Let me see here. Let's see if I can. Okay. Let's see here. Let's see if I can hold that up. Okay, we're gonna go this way a little bit. Hang on, I'm looking at the screen over here. It takes a second to. There we go. I'm hoping you can see that because it came out really good. Both ends did. Well, on both cars. And all of this I'm really happy with how that is. Okay, that's good. So, next is going to be the black. Oh boy. Yeah. Got ahead of myself. Okay. Well, I think if I keep water to this, well, black's going to take me a long time. So I'm going to let these guys sit for a minute while let this really dry, and I'm going to tackle the roof. So this is the CSX roof, and I've done nothing to it. So I need to get moving on this quickly. Get the rust out of the way, get the white back on here. Let's see. Gonna need a fresh paper towel for that. Hit my head again. Oh, this is lovely. Yeah, but then I'm probably gonna do. Somebody's done all that along with Krusty the Clown. So I'm probably gonna do one car with each one, but that way they can all be facing the same way when it comes out, when it's rolling around the tracks. Okay, I need to work with this. Let's see, I'm going to get the white on here, so I'm going to use this really quick. Whoop. I guess I should have cleaned the brush out. Thought I had. Okay, there we go. I'll just spin this and work out of the other side. There we are. Okay. So get this nice. Now this has got great little grabbies underneath where the pins are. So we're going to just do this real quick. That way I can get back to the rust that I still got before all that paint dries. All I'm doing is just cutting this across both sides. And this, I just kind of do the whole thing at once. You just want to make sure you get all of it. Okay. Now we're just gonna dry this. We're gonna just pull it off the top mostly and leave most of the white on the sides. I just want the top fairly clean. I will do streaks of rust across here, but for the most part, I'm just gonna have a few little streaks of white coming across. There we go. And we're gonna pull these off on the sides right here and do this. And then this is why you do this as a separate thing. Because if I have this on the car, all this white would be getting on the side of the car that I was working on, and vice versa when I was working on the car. It would have, when I was pulling colors up on the car, it would be coming up here and I'd have a mess. So, wow, that's looking pretty good. I'm getting some good variances of color across the top here, some good fade areas. That's looking all right. There we go. Okay, so we'll let that. This side here done. Same on that side. Okay, so we're pretty good on that. That looks pretty decent. Should look good on top. All right, so we're gonna see if we can get this to stand upright. So it'll dry okay. Yep, it did. Good. Now we'll grab the other one. Same thing. Again, catching both sides, just back and forth. Drag one way and then come and drag it the other. Like that. Okay, good. I will be able to use the rust color that I have so it'll match the car. This is, if I'd been doing this right, I would have done this. I would have just gone ahead and done the roof at the same time as I did the car. I would have done the white right then so that I would have been moving straight into this. Down the sides here. Couple areas. White all the way. Good. Now spin this. Okay. That's pretty good. I'm just going to go ahead and drag this and get some of the pure silver to come back out. Even just some streaks across, more of the fade towards the ends, the two ends of the cars. There we go. That's pretty good. Yep, okay. So we're just going to take this. I'm going to try to get a hold of this on the ends. Yep, right, perfect. Okay. The other one should be getting close. The first one should be getting close to being dry. So now that I know I'm okay time-wise, I'm not going to rush so much when I do the rust on it. So now we're going to shift back to the rust. Move the white cup out of the way. Bring this here. Bring this back out. Let's see. Oh yeah, we got plenty of wet paint still there. We're doing good. Okay. So this should be getting close to being dry.
Boxcar Jerry says hi.
Hi, Boxcar. Okay, so yes, we've got really good, that came out drying really nicely. So we should be, the other one's just having an issue over here. It's not.
Says how do everyone.
Hello. There we go. That's good enough. All right. So we've got a good fade on there. You can see we've got some good areas of silver poking through. You know, I think I may see if I can get a little more of the silver to come back. I'm going to just really pop
Wally
this.
says hi from New Zealand.
Oh, New Zealand, huh? Welcome aboard. We are just doing some weathering today. We've got the car bodies done. We're just getting the roofs done. And we'll be heading into the, well, as far as the rust goes, we've still got the black to do yet. I think that's going to be good. I think that's going to be a nice, yeah, that took off enough to get me a nice, the end's a little lighter, a couple of areas here. So now we're going to go back to the rust. Getting it nice and liquidy again. Yeah, I'm not going to go as crazy this time on the, since, you know, I just slapped the white on there to get the fade down, because you can do that with the white. This is going to have to take a little more time, a little more patience on this, because you want it to look right. So I'll start at one end. I'll start putting the rust in right here, and then I'll do a few little dab areas, a couple streaks across, and then at the other end. I won't be doing probably a full top rust on it. We'll see how it goes. So what I do is, I don't know if I'm going to go all the way with the rust or whatever color I'm working with, is you just make sure you pull enough off at the end that you're working into to make sure that it can be a fade into the other color that you have on there. So I'll just make sure that I have this kind of cleaned up from the rust. And then if I need to, I'll add the rust on. No big deal. There we go. That's looking pretty good. Gonna take a little more off the top. Leave it mostly on the sides. A couple of areas like that. Perfect. Got the little bit built up here on the ends. So now we'll just come across with it. We've almost got this. Now I know what I'm going to do pattern-wise. This should go pretty quick. Catch both sides. Make sure you brush through on both sides. Yeah. A lot of water there, so I'm going to make sure I come in here. And again, we're just coming in and we are just pulling it off. There we go. Now we're getting the look. Yeah, I'm looking at how that's going to look on the car. That'll be just fine. Got both sides looking pretty good. All right, so let's finish up the back end of this. Again, we'll leave a little more down at this end. Always leave a little more on the ends, like I said. You want it built up there. Okay. Now we'll work this off. I'll go to the end like I was doing. Catch this. Fast, easy way to get rust and weathered effects. Get a little bit of that right there. Doesn't need that much out at the end, but I do want to get it on the top. There we go. See how that looks. I'm pretty good with that. And I may come back in later. What I sometimes do is I'll get the thinner brush when I'm doing my highlights, and I may do some individual streaks across. But I mean, for what it is, that's pretty good. I mean, it's just a little bit on here, not a lot. Took a lot of it back off. Just got some. I usually let all of my rustiest parts come on the ends and middles of areas. I don't know if you'll be able to see the sides, but the sides are pretty good. I don't do a whole lot here because you got to think the water's just going to run right off. So it's yeah, I think that's fine. Okay, so let's get the other one, and are we done with the tops? I was hoping to get that done. Well, I can just sit like that. Well, that's the bad part is I don't have something for these things to sit on, so I'm just going to let it. There we go. All right, so same thing we're doing here. We're going to just go ahead and get a nice liquidy amount. And let's see, I get a good grip on this about here. got some stuff on it when it fell over, so make sure that's off. All right, here we go. And we're just dragging from both sides. Do about a third of the car. I only did a little bit the last time because I could not remember how my pattern was on this, how I did this. And it came back to me pretty quick. All right, so now we're going to pull off some of this on the top, just so we can have those ends be a little bit darker. And like I said, this works in every scale. Just use a bigger brush. I've done plenty of these like corrugated tops like this in HO, and I've got the same results. Yes, there we go. Looks good on the end. We'll just kind of dab that off right there. That right there, perfect. Okay, so now we'll come down and do the other third of this, and we'll catch the end. All right. This one's coming out a little bit lighter than the other one, so I think I'll put this one on the CSX. At this point, where I've done so much to them, you're not going to be able to tell which was which, and there's no markings on them to say which went with which. So I'll just, since this is definitely a lighter one than the other overall, I'll do that. Okay, get the ends. And the tops will be done at this point, and then we'll just do the black, and then we'll be done. This is allowing these cars over here to really set up with the rust, which is good. Sometimes I get in a hurry, and the paints won't be completely set up. Because where I've got this working as an inconsistency, may not be dry, especially like down in deep grooves. And then I'll put the black on it, and then everything mixes and looks like a muddy mess. So it's just patience. So doing this has allowed that to really dry up well. Okay. Perfect. Yep. Yep. Okay, so we got a good amount of just some basic rusting going on here. I'm going to add a little bit more right here. Yeah. A little bit in the middle. It's got a little too light right there in the middle. That added a little bit back on. So that's pretty good. Yep. Okay. So that, I'm going to say, is going to be really good on the tops right there. And the black, of course, will do the finish part. So let me see if I can get that set up out of the way. Without it being down on the top of the slides like it's doing. Being a real pain. There we go. Okay. So we've done the rust. The only thing we haven't done rust-wise is the total underneath, but I got quite a bit on there when I was doing that frame across there. So I'll probably just wind up doing black for the most part on the underside. All right, so we are now done with the rust. So the rust goes away, and now we're to the black. So we're heading into the final stage here. Let me get a little something to drink real quick, and then we'll hit it. All right, so I'm using Apple Barrel Black. Since I use so much black, I've got the bigger bottle. But and then I've got our big refill bottle. So get this shaken up really well. We're going to shift back to the smaller brush. We're we're gonna change the water. We've got the new water with the black right there. Let's see here. Is this it? Yeah, this is it. This is the one I've been using. Let's make sure we got this clean. Okay. So now I'm going to go back and I'm going to put my white that I was using, the white paper towel down, because it doesn't matter at this point, because I won't be using the white again since I got the roofs done. So now we do the black. Do the black. So this is our third color, third and final color. This again, we're gonna definitely want an inconsistency too. I'll do about half of the puddle will be really wet, and if I need some thicker, I've still got it up here. I can use it, but I'm gonna really make this ink. One inconsistency right here. This is what right here to me, the step we're about to do is what is almost the most important step of everything, because this just really just sets everything off if you do it right. And it's just basically the same process. Okay. Get the excess off. Make sure I have none of my hands. Check your fingertips. Make sure you're always like moving and holding it. You don't have anything on here that's wet, so you don't get little fingerprints down the sides and things. So I've had that happen in the past. That's from experience. Get that bowl out of the way right there. Get ourselves back right here. All right, here we go. I'm going to just kind of go slow to start off with, make sure I've got what I want. That this is achieving the effects that I want. Yes. Oh, yeah. Yep. That's it. Boy, that just made all that rust pop off there. We've got the black down in there. We've got shadow black there. Yeah. Okay. Let's just do this. Let's do a couple of panels and just keep testing, making sure that we're definitely getting the effects we want. Yep.
Goose Tag says hi.
Hi, Goose Tag. We're still at our weathering.
Lady asks, how about the trucks and couplers for these cars? Do they get the same treatment?
Yeah, so trucks and couplers will get the same treatment. Don't know if I'll do them today, but they will get the same treatment. There we go. That is definitely getting the result I want on here. Let me get back down. I'm going to take a little bit of that off so that rust comes through a little bit more in spots. We are certainly getting where we need it to be. That's better. All right, I'm going to take these little beams right in between. I'm going to just streak that down. Perfect. Okay. So here we go. You can see what it's doing here over these yellow areas. We're getting some really great streaking. That's definitely getting what I want. This is why we use the inconsistency on this, is because it won't set up quick. You got plenty of time to work with it, so you don't have to worry about coming back in and trying to scrub off color. I think I'm going to do some varying darknesses. Like, may do some where you don't see the rust as much in spots. You'll see more of the black, like maybe these two panels right here. Let's see how this goes. Yeah, I like that. And again, as this dries, everything changes. So you just kind of have to know what it's going to look like when you get done with it. You just got to make sure you have it in the right spot that you want it. And that way, you just let it dry and you know what you're going to have.
Lewis says, just popped in, is this oils or acrylics?
These are acrylics. I like the acrylics because I can get an inconsistency, and if I don't like something, I can just come in with a lot of water on the brush and I can just scrub it right back off again until I get what I want. There we go. Boy, that's starting to do it. Yep. I did notice right here that, there we go. That streak right there was looking a little unnatural, so I'm going to put a little black back right down in there. It dried incorrectly, so I just need to do, that's the thing, so I was able to go in and correct it, and then I'm done. All right, so we'll get this in down here. Yeah. So I'm going to come along here, and I'm going to do some black touch-ups here. I'll finish this right up here, and then I'll come in here, and I'll do all of this, and this side will be done. Perfect. So this just finishes it up. And we have great light areas coming through in the yellow. Then you've got your shadows, you've got your rusts, you've got, we still can see the white in areas that we did on our first coat where we faded things down. So it's just a process. When you get done with it, guarantee you somebody that's comes and sees your cars are going to wonder how you did it. You know, I can't do that with my airbrush. No, you can't. Guaranteed. Okay. Boy, that looks really good. Yeah. So I'm going to do the frame under here real quick. I'm going to lighten up this right here just a little bit, or fade it rather. I'm going to bring. Ooh, what's that look like? Oh, that looks pretty good. So let's just do a quick dry. Oh, there we go. Anybody want to know who won the national championship last night? I got busy doing stuff, and I was meeting with some people that wanted to buy some stuff, some cars, and I didn't get a chance. And by the time I got home, I forgot it was on. So I have no clue as to who won, whether it was Miami or Indiana. looks. Yeah. I don't know how well this is going to show up, but it's looking really good. Okay. So while I'm at this, I'm going to go ahead and get this underside done. Nobody knows who won the national championship last night?
Oh,
What?
Lewis sent a $5 super chat.
Oh, well, thank you, Lewis.
He says, I'm doing a Southwest Mountain layout. Would I go more orange red or stick with the dark browns and black like you're doing here? This car is looking great.
Let's see, for rust and cars in that area, I would say you could probably do this if you wanted to. What I would do is just play around with the colors like I did. I would mix up colors till found the rust color that you like the best. I mean, these cars go from east to west completely, so they'll pass through. So you can pretty much see just about any kind of weathering you want, or that you could possibly want. So I would find a color that's pleasing to you, like I did. I wound up trying different colors till I came up with my two paint combo for my rust. So that's what I'd recommend is just play around with it, and when you find a color you like, and you don't have to have every car that way either. I've done a little darker ones with other reds. I've used where's it at? I've used red spice before to get more of a reddish rust versus an orange rust. So there's really no way of doing anything wrong because it's all going to look fine, whatever you do. If you're gonna run like maybe leave more white. If you're gonna run intermodal, and you're gonna have a lot of containers and container cars, what I do with my container cars is I use a lot more. I leave the white a lot more prominent to make it look like the salt that is gathered from the containers coming over the seas on the ships. So like a lot of the tops of the containers I do, I'll leave pooled white on there, and it looks really cool. And it's more natural. I've had guys that have looked at that actually load and unload containers, and they said I'm really spot on with the looks that I've done. So bear in mind like the origins of the car or whatever containers or whatever. If you know something's going to be on the West Coast a lot before it maybe comes to you, then maybe add a little more white to it. Otherwise, I would just say just find a color that you like. Like I said, I just played around with the two. I started off like 6 different colors of browns until I came up with my combo that I liked for it. So that would be my recommendation. But just like I said, bear in mind that if you do intermodal like that, just to do some more white. I don't know if I have I don't think I have any containers left here still that have the look on them. If containers or trailers, I don't. But I am going to do some of that. One of these, we'll do another live stream showing how to get that kind of a look, that salted look to them. So that's what my recommendation would be.
Lewis says the layout itself is set in 1915, small lumber operation.
Oh, okay. So definitely not going to be doing intermodal. So then I would just look for a good, I would go with more of an orangey rust color. But then put the black in, like I've done here, because that really accents it. You can just see how this is really drying up. It's really, you can see underneath here how it's all the colors are really coming. It's highlighted everything. So it all worked together. Put your white down to do your fade, the overall fade first, and then, like I said, play around with the colors until you find a combo you like. Put that on, and then the black will just be the good finishing touches that you get. So now I'm going to do on here. I'm just going to do the quick. Well, no, because I got to hold on to it for the other side. So I'm just going to put this guy out of the way for right now, and we will get this fella right here. And here's going to show you the kind of the difference. You can see what the black has done for it. It's added some shadowing. It's added some dirt. This looks kind of like pale now. It doesn't quite look natural like this does. We have all of this rust poking through, but then we have the black on here that's creating a shadow effect and highlights along our edges. So you can especially see like right in here what this does for you. So it just, I've played around with enough things to know how to do the layering on it. You may like it just like this, and that's perfectly fine too. I just like having a little bit more darkness, because especially when you get into like the areas on the flat card itself, that the card body they put it on, you get the black streaking down in here, and it covers up lettering and things like that. It just looks really, really good. But that's just a personal call on that. You can do it however you want to. You can stop at any level. And like I said, I've got a number of cars where I have just stopped at the white level. I just wanted to fade down. And when I did that, as I just didn't have the white built up so much in the corners, I made sure I didn't, that it was just a fade. So you can just do anything you want to with them.
Lewis says thank you so much for the advice.
You're welcome, Lewis.
Thank you for the super chat.
Yes, thank you for the super chat.
Lundale says I'm going to be at the Amherst trade show.
Oh yeah, I've actually seen a number of people posting about going to the Amherst. Our next one that we're going to be attending, not selling yet, but attending, will be the Mad City, coming up in Madison, Wisconsin. But then we'll be attending, I've got to get my entry form and fee in, we'll be attending and having a table at the Rockford train show in Rockford, Illinois. I'm thinking about taking some of the big structures down, the big tall skyscrapers you guys have been seeing us build, and putting a couple on display.
Maureen asks, what are you doing today?
What we're doing today is we are weathering cars. I've got a bunch. Most of my cars that I've got on my test trains up above on the shelf up here, where we've got the layout, are weathered. And these two big guys were not weathered, and they did not look right in the consist. And I needed some longer cars so I could test radiuses. So I am getting these so they're going to look better when I'm doing my test runs. So we are just we're in the process here of getting just using plain acrylic and getting some weathering done. Thinned acrylic down to ink consistency. And again, like I said, just be brave, throw it on there. Worst case scenario, you just scrub it back off with a brush full of water.
Dan says looking good.
Thank you, Dan.
it just takes some time. Especially, like I said, if this had been just plain old box cars or hoppers, I'd be done by now. But because of these big panels that have all this texturing to them, it just takes a while. You just got to be patient. I'd be done with at least 4 to 6 cars by now in comparison to just these two auto carriers. But then these are going to look really cool in the contest and be real standouts when we get them done. So it's a payoff in the end. You just got to put the time in.
Do what?
What?
I thought you said.
Oh.
It says home now. Cool stuff for HO&O.
Oh, good. They still got some of the Menard still has some of the stuff out. We were wondering about that. If they put stuff away for the season or if it was still on display. Here, I'll show you guys here.
Plug my phone in.
Oh.
And working on those videos really drained it down.
Oh, okay.
They're getting there.
Good. Gabe's working on some new videos that we have coming. We've got another mystery box that we got in that we unpacked this weekend. So you'll be seeing that pretty soon. And we have a build video that was the Mako building. And then we were at a train show this weekend. Not a show, but a display in Janesville, and we got a nice walk around video of the overall layout. So those will all be 3 longer videos that we'll have coming up over the next week and a half. Now you can see the difference. We still got our rust coming through, still got our black, and this just looks more natural here now versus just having the rust on it. Okay, I'm going to take a little bit off on this one, a little more right here. There we go. All right, now. Get another paper towel here in a second. That one's getting really wet. It's not letting me get the brush dry. There we go. Those panels are coming in good now. Yep, just the hints of the rust coming through. Darkness of the black. Streaks. All works. That's exactly what I want. All right. We'll do the bottom and then just the other sides and the ends, which is not much. I'll have these 2 cars wrapped up here pretty quick. Well, not pretty quick, but quick enough. I'm going to go a little darker with this last panel. A little more black on it, make it a little more unusual. Like that. Pretty good.
Pablo says hello.
Who?
Pablo.
No, Pablo. Glad you joined us. Yeah, I like that one being a little darker right there. Kind of matches this one being a little darker. Gives us some varying colors. Let me see how that's going to look on the side coming down the tracks. Perfect. Okay. That. Got a little too much right here, though. dab that back out of there. There we go. Okay. So now we get the bottom. Yeah, I think that's a nice varying degree of color. Let's see how we are as far as matching to this goes. Nice. It's a little darker, which is what I wanted because I made this one a little rustier. So that'll be fine. So when those two are going down the tracks together, then we get some graffiti on there. That's going to look really, really nice. Yep. Okay, so let's get the bottom done on this. And then we can flip it around, do the other sides. Trying to keep this aimed so you guys can see what it is that I'm doing. Sometimes it comes out all right, angle-wise. Sometimes it does. Just depends on how I've got to turn the car so I can see what I'm doing. I'll get this nice and wet under here, and then we'll dab it off. Oh yeah, there we go. That's getting, we'll dab a few areas off a little more than others, so some of that original Conrail color comes through. There we go. All right, so now we'll just do the underside here. Got to watch when you're doing it. I do this occasionally. I get a little sloppy with the brush and I come over my sides. So you just gotta, if you do, just dab it off real quick. You're fine. Okay. Get this all nice and wet, and we'll start pulling this color off. And that's going to work really good with this red under here. It's going to look like dirt and filth and oil and grease and all kinds of lovely muck. Yep. It'll make all the brake lines and everything stand out and pop. Occasionally come back and check and make sure that areas that you've already kind of worked over, if it's kind of like on the sides up here, but on the beam down here too, just make sure everything is good. Oh, that looks really nice on that side. I may not do any more on that side. Okay. I'm going to leave some of this white down here for, you know, when they get these cars either coming or going on the west or east coast. Stuff from a little bit of white there, so it's in these little areas right here, so that I mean, who's going to see it? I mean, I know, but this way, if you ever want to show it off to a friend, say, "Look, I even did the salt." That's, they'll look at you like, and why'd you waste your time doing that? All right, let me get a little something to drink here. Then we'll get this other side going on this one. And we'll have the black done. And then we'll do the tops. And they'll be finished. So we're moving along pretty good on this now. But they're I think these are gonna look great. We'll put them up on the thing and we'll test them. And we'll see how they do. Tracking around with the other cars. It's better. Okay, so we did a lighter on this, so we got to keep that in mind as we do the other side. This one's not nearly as dark as what we did with this one. So, what is this? This is an auto carrier, an N-scale auto carrier. And I'm weathering it up so that it matches the rest of my weathered cars on my train. So, thank you. All right. So you can really see the difference here. Here it gives you an idea of with the black added on, it just adds so much depth to it versus just that. So this is why, it just takes time putting the colors on, but when you do, I mean, look at the fades. And it's just all the paint doing what it does naturally. I didn't do anything other than just quickly put it on there, wait a little bit, and dried it off. But it's giving you everything you want as far as what a natural weathered car would look like. We've got great stuff happening down here on the frame. We've got some really great streaks happening for like if it had been water running down. When I go in to do the graffiti that I'll put on here, I'll accentuate some of the streaks a little bit more, but I won't do that until I get to that point. But these ends are looking fantastic. I'm getting exactly the effects I'm hoping to. So it just takes a little bit of time and patience. And again, be brave and trust in what the paint is going to do. When you put it on, you're like, oh, that looks terrible. But then it dries, you go, oh, that looks great. So just take your time and trust in the process on it. And I guarantee you'll be happy with it. Again, get some cheap cars to practice with. Don't go with, $30, $40 a piece cars. Because I burned through probably about 5, 10, 15 cars to start off with. As I was experimenting around and finding the effects I liked. And getting used to using the paint. So be sure to something you don't care about. And then if you wind up, they look great, then fantastic. You've taken a cruddy little car and you've turned it into a showpiece. So.
Rumble Still Skin says, oh, I see the CSX logo. It's part of a train carriage. It's a load carriage.
Yep. Yeah, we're doing both a Conrail and a CSX today. I'm just showing how you can do this without having to have an airbrush and worrying about overspray on everything and getting some effects that the airbrush just can't do. Because there's things here that an airbrush just will not be able to replicate. I'm definitely going to have to get another paper towel though. This is just not getting dry enough to pull this paint off now at this point. Again, I'm using the edge of the brush. And I'm keeping in mind that this is the lighter weathered car, so I'm not leaving a whole lot on here. I'm making this more subtle. See how that's looking. That's doing it. Let me get a better paper towel. This just isn't not drying.
Wilson says it's putting the wear and tear and dustiness effect like what they call pull or something. Looks good.
Thank you. Yep, we're just showing, decades of use is what we're trying to do here. I will never have, right now until I get them done, but by the time I am finished with everything, I will not have a single car that I'll run consistently on the layout that won't be weathered, at least weathered, if not weathered and graffiti. My dad loved just clean cars. Just take them right out of the box and just run them like that. And there's a lot of people that love that. But to me, it's just not natural. Everything, within like the first trip or two or first month that a car's on the rails, it's already starting to build up dirt. So it's just not what I think is a natural look for a car. I mean, I don't see it. Unless the car, like I said, is brand new, you just don't see it. Now I'm a little more hesitant just because of value of weathering up engines, but I know eventually I'm going to look at the engines sitting next to my cars and I'm going to go, that's not going to work anymore. So, and then I'll be going into weathering the engines. I already see that as an inevitability. But for right now, but what I'll probably wind up doing is I'll just make sure I have a second engine for each of the ones that I weather, so I have a clean and a dirty. Okay, that's looking pretty good. Let me check. Let me compare to the other side real quick. Yeah, we got it. So, I just think it's a natural thing to have on the cars. It's just, you don't have to. I know there's going to be a lot of people that are going to say, well, you're just ruining the value of the car, but you will be surprised. I have found that I can sell a weathered car for more, if it's done nicely, for more than one that isn't.
Rumpelstiltskin says, I'm assuming it's the static display?
The static display. Oh, no, this is going to be on the train tracks. No, I'll have this. In fact, we will put it on today and we'll test it. I'll be putting it back up on the train in a little while. Nope, this will be up on the layout. Well, that came out good. Let's take a look here. All right, so both sides of this are done. I just got to get that little bit down the bottom right here. All right, I'm starting to get black coming off. I'm going to come over here to this side. I've started to get this so wet that I'm getting down to white, and I don't want any white coming off now. So I'm going to spin this and get to an area here, and I'll start working this area with the thinner black. Okay. Oh yeah, that's looking good. Okay, so let's just pop this on right here. I've already got the underside done, so all I'm doing right now is just getting this. Oh, I did not get that. Come back over here. Quit walking away from me. Pull that on there. I don't want that. There we go. And then that. And then this. Get this nice and wet so I can pull this off. There we go. Now we'll just pull that off.
That's awesome that it's going to be on the track.
Yeah, it will be. You'll see it here on the tracks in just a little bit. Or in a future video, because once they're on the tracks, they'll be running with the train. So right now, everything like this that I'm working on will be up when we're doing testing and all that. So you will see it. That's for sure. In its natural environment. All right, now I'm going to come in here. I know I said I was going to do a little bit of this later when I did the graffiti, but I am going to go ahead and put a few spots right here and there.
Thank you for entertaining my questions and curiosity.
Oh, you're more than welcome. I'm always happy to answer questions. And I'm glad it's entertaining. Unfortunately, things are working well, and I'm not getting frustrated today. But weathering usually can't go bad. I mean, it could, but odds are it's not going to. Not like that stupid crane the other day. It really tested my patience. But I will sit down and I will go and figure the instructions out and be ready to go for our build on it on Saturday, on the live stream on Saturday. Okay, we got it to this point. So I'm going to give her just a second here. And we're going to tip it up and do the end, I think. Let's see here. Can I do it? Is there a place I can hold below that's not wet? Oh, yeah, there is. Okay. So here we go. And then this car will be done. We'll do both ends, and this car itself will be done with the weathering. Oh, yeah, there we go. Ah, there it is. Just had to get through the layers. There we are. And this is what I was talking about. Now we've got black down inside all these recesses and have a beautiful highlight now. Yep. There. That's perfect. That's exactly what I want. Beautiful dirt running down. All these little areas highlighted. Perfect. All right, I'll spin it around here. Do this end, and then this car, except for the roof, is finished. Nice when it gets to this stage. You can really start to see the results of all your efforts. Sometimes the paint goes over the ends. You need to be aware of that. You just got to come back in and pull that off so that you don't have it so dark. Or any of the colors. I mean, they could be the rust too. They could be doing that. So, all right, here we go. We're going to do our little pull off here. Perfect.
Jay says that's cool, and Tracks at N-Scale asks, what is that car for?
All right, so thank you. Glad you like it. This is an auto carrier. So this is so on the coasts when the cars come in or go out, this is what they bring in to take them to the dealerships. So the cars will all be lined up in here on the inside, the automobile cars. All right, so there's that guy. He is done. Set him over out of the way. I do believe this is this guy here.
Tracks at N-Scale says I was on my woodworking channel live earlier.
Oh. All right. On Tracks is one that that we thanked earlier today, right?
Yeah.
Oh, now that you're here, I just want to give you a shout out. Thank you for that over the weekend when you made the contribution. We'll be putting it straight into the layout. All right, so all we have left is just this side here, the ends, and the roofs, and we're done. So we'll get to rolling on this, and then we'll pop the wheels back on, set it on the tracks, and compare it to the other weathered cars I have, and see how close we came to getting the same kind of effects. So like I said, it's been probably a good 8 months, 9 months since I've done N-Scale weathering. And it's definitely, it's a little different than doing the HO that I was doing. Not a whole lot, but there are definitely differences. So I was not sure. I mean, I knew I was going to get back into it. I've got cars upon cars that I've got to do. But I didn't know how good this was going to go as far as doing it live and letting you guys see the process on it. I didn't know if I was going to look like an idiot, whether this is going to come out right. But it seems to be doing exactly how I used to do it. We'll know here pretty soon when I put it up next to the others. Now this car, I need to go a little darker. The weathering on this one was just a little more than the other one. So I got to make sure I don't take off as much of the black as I did on the other one. So we got to make sure, yeah, because it's definitely darker over on that side. Okay, so we will bear that in mind as we move down the side of the car. Yeah, I'm definitely going to put Homer on one of these because Homer Simpson, there's a graffiti. You can get the decal for it, but I can paint it on here. It'd take me maybe an hour. Actually paint the graffiti that's on here. And he's laying down flat on his back. And I can't remember if he's got a donut in his mouth or not. Or if there's a donut. Do what? Was it in his hand? Okay, well, that'll be easy to do. And it is on an auto carrier like this, so I know one of them's going to get that. I think it's on a yellow auto carrier, if I remember right. So it'll be the other one that I will put it on. So I'll try to match it as close to the car. It won't be the company, but I'll try to match it close to the car with the actual paint being the right paint color. I'm sure it won't be the right road, but the odds of that happening are be very slim. And I can't remember what color Marge is on at all, or Krusty. Maybe if Krusty's on one of these, maybe I'll do Krusty on the other one. That might be a nice standout on the layout. What do you think? Okay, that's definitely getting there. It is darker than the other one, so it's right where it needs to be. Need to add a little more. It's just a little too much of an inconsistency now. I'm glad we're almost done with this. I mean, we're not done with the broadcast, but we're done with this. Because then we'll put it up on the tracks, and we'll roll it around a little bit and see if we can get these to track. One of these was not tracking too well up there. It kept derailing. I think the issue was in the coupler area. So I will adjust that before we put everything back together. And I'll see if that'll solve the problem. And then we'll see how they look. Hopefully, these will just complete that train up, the test train up. There we go. That's looking good. See how that's doing. Yeah, definitely darker than the other one. I do believe, I think. Take a look here and see. Yeah, it's definitely darker. Okay, that's what I want. All right, last panel, and then the ends. Yes. And any spaces, any spots that I've missed, I'm not completely happy with. When I go to do the graffiti, I'll take care of it all then. So if something doesn't look quite right at this stage, I'm not done yet. So it'll be fine. If you guys want to see the graffiti, me do the graffiti on this one, let me know. I'll be happy to do a live feed for that. That'd probably take about an hour, hour and a half to do the graffiti. It's not that bad. There we go. Good. All right, so the ends are dirty, faded down. Boy, that really turned that color really just nice and mucky. I like that. And this under here, yeah, I don't think I'm gonna do a whole lot. This actually looks pretty good. I think I'll just do a couple of dark highlights. A couple of the areas coming through look good. So I think we're done with that. Yep. All right, so let's get the ends on this, and then the cars are done, except for the tops. And that won't take long at all. Just comparing here, seeing how they look to each other. Here's this one, and here's that one. Yeah, this is definitely darker. Perfect. Yes. Okay. Set that out of the way. Get these ends. Now, because it's the darker, you're just not going to see a whole lot on this. Got to run it on me a little bit here. Let's see, this is just scrub it. There we go. It came off the side here and went around the end. But just a little bit of water scrubbed it right off. Try doing that with a thinner base paint, you're gonna be in trouble. Wind up taking the original paint off because you have to use thinner. Perfect. That's nice and just well worn looking. Excellent. Okay. Perfect. Boy, that just went right into all those openings. Yep. All right, so the cars are done. Set those right there for now. And we'll get the roofs. Roof pieces. All right, so this is, okay, let me compare. All right, this is the darker one, which is going to go with this car right here. So this is the CSX. Okay. So just like before, I get this nice and thin. Okay. I figure out how I want to grab this. That's doing pretty good. Let this kind of, may add a little more right here. Pull that off. Just a few spots like that. Yeah, okay. Yeah. All right, so now we'll move down the side just to the top just a little bit here. Yeah, we're just gonna pull some of this off. That. Okay. I'll get some more of the thin stuff here. Sorry, I'm just concentrating a little bit. You can tell when I am, I get kind of quiet for a minute. I'm just going to do a little spot right there. And we're going to get this faded out on either side. Okay, now we'll get this pulled off of here. It's nice and dry. Pull streaks over. That. Get rid of that. Leave that right there.
What do you do?
We are weathering an auto carrier, an N-scale auto carrier. Get ready to put it up on the tracks here in just a little bit and test it against my other weathered cars, see how it came out. I think it's doing fine. Get this. All right, so now I'm going to spin it. We're going to work, yeah, it's looking all right. Got a couple of streaks here that are nice. That'll look good on top right there. Okay. So now we're going to get this. Go up to about right there. And we're going to pull this off. And we just about got this one done. There we go. That is pretty good. Yes. There we are. Okay. That side's good. Yep. Kind of like those little streaks that have gone across right here and there. A nice little added detail there. Perfect. Okay, so we'll let that dry for a minute, and then we'll put on the car as soon as we get the other one done. Come on now. Stop this. I tell you. Okay, so where's the other one? Okay, here it is. Who?
Luke.
Hi, Luke. Glad you've joined us. We're just weathering cars today. All right, now this one is the darker one. So I'm going to have to go a little more heavy-handed with the black paint than I did on the other one. You know what? I'm seeing something here I don't like. There we go. There we go. Okay. It was sitting back a little ways, and it was just like just a little too dark on those seams right there. Okay, so now where was I? All right. That gives you an idea just how wet everything has gotten, where it's dripping off the ends, how thin the paint is. Oh, there we go. Ooh. All right. I'm not going to mess with that right there at all anymore, that part.
Is this going to be like a roof for a train?
Yes, it is. This is a roof to an auto carrier. They're right over here to the left of where I'm at. I don't know if they're still in frame or not, but they're right here. That's the auto carriers. So this is the last step before I put these together and put the trucks back on, and then we'll put them up on the tracks and see how they look versus my other weathered cars.
I see.
Yeah. There we go. So this one I want a little darker in spots. because this car is a little dirtier. So it's starting to give me that effect that I wanted. So now we'll spin this around and we'll do this other end down here and we'll be done. There we go. I'm going to get a good grip on it. Okay. I'm hoping if you haven't tried this kind of weathering before, I hope it kind of has inspired you to give it a shot. Because it's really simple and you get fantastic effects. Because look how that's coming out right there. All those just varying colors, and that's just because of all the layering we did on it. There we go. Yep, I'm gonna pull that out a little bit right there. Okay. So there we go. Take a look at the sides there. Take a look at those sides. Good. Get rid of this little bit of where it flowed out underneath there. Okay. I think I'm going to get rid of that right there. All right. So we'll let that. We're just about done. Perfect. Well, that actually was cool. Took a little bit off. Nice. All right. Again, like I said, when I put this together and I do the graffiti, I'll neaten up anything that isn't quite right, because I'll actually probably do a little more streaking along these areas with some of the stuff coming across there, so it'll look pretty good. I think I took a little too much off on this. Do a little black area right there. Okay, that'll be fine. So let's start to do assembly. We'll set this guy off to the side. Okay. This top right here goes with this one. So let's get this moved out of the way. Where's my... There they are. Okay. So I want to get these couplers. These things have just been not riding as low as they need to be. So I'm going to get that. There we go. Get that bent down just a little bit. Okay. How does that one look? That one needs to do the same thing. We're just going to bend these down. There we go. Make sure they're all about the same. That one definitely is not. Make sure these are all bent down good enough. Okay. And where's the other one? There he is. Okay. Making sure I still have clearance on the wheels so we're not going to drag. Put some light on here. Well, I think we're okay. Yep, that's all right. I'm going to leave this on for just a little bit while I put these back together. Yep, very good. Okay. So, like I said, I put the weights in them. And I will weather these. Well, I don't know if I'll weather these or not, because I'm eventually what I'm going to do is I'm going to get coupler mounted, or not coupler, body mounted couplers stuck out just a ways further. The micro trains. So once I've done that, then I'll probably, well, these will be upgraded to micro trains as well. But until then, I'll probably still go ahead and weather these up just so that they match my others. So let's see here. What am I? I'll just use this. Okay. This guy. See how that came out underneath there? It's pretty decent. I mean, considering nobody's ever going to see it anyway. Sit on the weathering on that. This is the one thing I do not like about N-Scale are these pins. So what I'm probably going to wind up doing is I'm going to take a period of time and I'm going to fill all these holes on every car, and then I'll use a tap, and I'll get a screw and I'll drill it out, and I'll thread screws in. Have it more like what I'm used to with HO. All right, there we go. Those are back on. There's the lid for this one. Okay, so let's put this. Well, come on now. Let me guess. Nope, there we go. All right. There. Okay. There we go. There's that one. That looks really good up on top here. You can really see how that just plays well with all that. Now that I got a brighter light on it, you can see all of the weathering on this. That one came out okay. So let's get this guy on here, and then we'll put him back up on the train. We'll do a quick, since we got some new people with us, we'll do a quick review of the layout. Okay. I was having trouble with one of these cars. I don't remember which one it was. Tracking around the corners. So it may require some more weight, or potentially just a new set of trucks. Like I said, they're all getting replaced to MTL trucks anyway, so that's fine. But we'll see. And like I said, I'll put the dual coat on it after I've done the graffiti, putting Homer Simpson on there. Okay. There we go. All right. Let's see how these look together. Oh, got the top end. That would help. Go. All right, so let's take a look. There we go. So there was a morning's worth of work. And I think they look pretty good. Get some graffiti on. A few little touch-up areas here and there. No big deal. Yep. And I'll come, here's like some of the touch-up stuff. I didn't know how much of this was going to be visible. So I'll put some black on the tops of each of those panels so that it just all blends in right.
The
Oh.
SSS says I'm not having been so precise. Don't you dare say 6, 7.
I can't say that. Okay. All right.
It says almost 50 likes.
Oh, well, thank you. Glad you guys have enjoyed watching this.
This says neat. And DNSF says it looks gorgeous.
Well, thank you, everybody. So let's. I'm gonna bring the train around right here. So I'm gonna move the camera over, and I can just set things up a little bit better over here. So let me put this right here. Can you come take care of this up for while I'm working on getting the cars back to it. So just kind of focus it in about midway down, like right in this area right here. Yeah. And I will get the train moved around that I'm going to put these on. I do believe that's this guy right here.
About midway down, you said?
Yeah, somewhere right in here.
I'll zoom in just a little bit.
Yeah. Okay.
There we go. How's that, everyone?
All right. Get this guy around. I should probably wash my hands, so I don't want to touch anything after all the paint and all that stuff.
Oh yeah, you can see it coming around the back wall. And...
Okay. I'll come up a little bit further because these cars are long. Okay. Well, let's see how these look good. I don't remember which was the better. Oh,
Nice.
oh yeah. They came out all right. Didn't know since it's been a while.
Hi, crochet lady. How you doing?
Oh, I'll get the camera. You guys will see it here in just a second. But yeah,
Nice.
I'm happy with this. Boy, this is good stuff. Good stuff. This to me is the hardest part of the whole thing. It's getting these little cars and these little wheels on these little tracks. I'm just gonna get myself one of those car things that you just slide and you roll them down. Okay. Okay. Oh yeah. All right, I'll get the camera here, and you guys will be able to see what we did. Okay, so here we'll start here, and so like I said, it's clean, which I don't know what I'm going to do about that yet. I haven't decided. But here's where I was trying to get to, was getting back to getting this kind of weathering effect that I have on all of this stuff right here. These are the container cars I've had for a while. Here we go. Oh yeah. I'll get a shot showing everything together. Here, we'll see what we can do. And I'll do it from the outside. Because I've run into the other side of the layout. Well, not really lit up on this side, so that's not going to work either. We'll just see what we can do here. You know, I'll get the train rolling. Well, I wanted to test anyway. We'll get the train rolling, and we'll see how it does. But that is really, yeah, okay. Back this up. Yep, I can live with that. All right, let's see if we can get these things going. Like I said, one of these was having an issue with the trucks. I don't know which one. I may have to take one off. But we'll get her kind of going here, and we'll see what we can get going here. All right. Boy, they're quiet too. We've done okay through the two of the bad areas so far. Here's the really iffy area right here.
Well, thank you. Oh, that's fine. That is really fine. All right, tell you what, we're gonna set this up. We're gonna let this run for just a little bit. I'm gonna set the camera over so you can see it with the city area. Bad picture, not clear. How's it on yours, Gabe? Let me get the camera set up and get it to where it's just not. I'm not. Yeah. So let's just set this up. Let's just see how that does. Well, everybody, was everything pretty well focused in today, so you could see what I was doing with the car? If you wouldn't mind, chime in about it. We were zoomed in about as good as we can zoom in with what we've got on this camera. But if you let us know, I'm gonna get the other train running too. So does that clear for everybody? Is it pretty well focused in? I just want to make sure y'all are seeing it okay. So if you could just let us know.
Well, the girl says it looks so good.
Looks okay?
Yeah.
Good. Good. I think what I'll do is I'll show you what we were talking about before. Hello. Looking okay?
Yeah.
Perfect. Great. Yeah, just keep chiming in. Let us know if everything's focused. I'm going to show you what I'm going to do on one of those auto carriers for graffiti. This is a train layout, an N-scale train layout. We're just doing some testing. I just got done this morning. I'll point them out when they go by. We just got done weathering some cars, and boy, they look so good in person. We did this car and this car. We weathered those this morning.
This goes clear for me.
Looking clear? Good. Looks okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's good because I was kind of worried about during the feed itself. Okay, everybody, here is, so it was a Canadian National car that has Homer on it. So, and it is yellow. So our second car is a CSX. So it's not a Canadian National, so it won't be exactly accurate. But this is what we're going to do. Gabe, can you see that on the picture? Is that better?
Yeah.
All right, so here's an auto carrier. This is a CN versus the CSX yellow that we did. So we're going to do this full body graffiti, because this is a real car in real life. So we're going to do that on the yellow CSX car that we just got done weathering. So I'll be doing that, not today, but we'll be doing that at some point. There's also a Marge and a Krusty the Clown. Here's the Marge. It's on the yellow one also. So we'll be doing that one as well on one of them. And then let's see if I can find Krusty. Okay, good. So I'm going to do 3 of the auto carriers, and we'll do them all. Well, I'm going to do a bunch of auto carriers, but I'm going to get Krusty. Oh, here's Krusty right here. So they're all going to be yellow. Um, so in addition to the Homer and the Marge, there's the Krusty one. So we'll be doing that on all of them. Plus, there's some other really good full card graffitis that look fantastic. There's one from Ichabod. I just saw it's a brand new one. It's really good. So we'll be doing, and I'll hand paint those just like I did the graffiti. It'll be hand painted with the paint brushes and the acrylic paints. So that's, we'll do those probably fairly soon. Because I want to get these finished up. I'm going to want to get them dull coated. So we'll get that. Boy, these are tracking nice. So whatever the issue was I was having with those couplers, I seem to have worked it out because it's doing okay. Boy, they look good together.
Yeah, that looks awesome. Cool.
Thank you. And who was that?
Derek.
Derek, okay.
The same lady says, thanks for what reason you only understand.
Hang on, you got to speak a little louder. I'm right between all the trains.
Okay. The same lady says, thanks for weathering before we went to bed.
Oh, you're welcome. Yeah, I'm glad it actually came out pretty good. So it took 3 hours, basically. I'm looking at the time on this right now. So it looks like it took me about 3 hours to do 2 cars. So that's not too bad. The HO cars can take me, for example, this guy right here with the graffiti in HO, this took me probably about 4 or 5 hours by itself. And the graffiti that I'm going to put on these is probably like an hour each. So it's probably 5 hours to do 2 cars. So that's not too bad. I am going to go ahead and before we do no more runs, since I'm going to get the rest of these cars weighted. These are all weathered cars that I've done, so I've got to do the 2 pressure aid hoppers, and then everything that I have up here at this point will be weathered. So that's going to be good. I figure the buildings are going to stay like this for a while until we get all 30 skyscrapers made, and then I'll start painting them. So the color is going to come in with the trains. So that's what we're going to do as far as showing color here. So we're going to really take our time and get them done right. I've got 5 of these that I want to get done along with some more container cars. So I'm going to start working on these pretty soon. Not going to be going out to do anything this week. We're in the minuses all week for our highs for the most part. So this will just be a good time just to sit here and work on this. Boy, I like those. So we're just going to be doing more of this stuff. Thursday again, if you want to join us, we're going to be doing the build on this right here. This is the Leviathan Tower. These are more panels for it. This takes this right here up to about right here. And then we'll be doing the rest of the panels up. What's up?
The draftsman said they do your own super chat. Can I buy a ticket, please? Sorry that I'm so late.
Okay. You have to come in here.
Okay.
I mean, with standing between the trains running and all the noise on the tracks, I cannot hear anything.
Okay. Yeah, it is loud in here.
Yeah.
The draftsman sent a €2 super chat. He asks, can I buy a ticket, please? Sorry that I'm so late.
Oh, well, thank you very much for the gifts like that. Like I've said, anything that comes in on the gifts goes straight into the layout. We don't do anything else with it. So that's how we had a bunch of gifts when we started out. That's how we built this jump area right here. We had some, between some sales of some 3D prints and some gifts, we ordered 4 more rolls of filament. So for 4 more, each roll is a skyscraper. So we'll have another 4. Well, we've got our 3rd skyscraper here and our 4th starting here. So we'll have another 8 more. We'll have 8 total of 8 skyscrapers within probably 2 weeks. So it all just gets put right back into it. So thank you very much for doing that. If you missed this, since you just came into it, you want to see how they're coming along right here. What we did today is we weathered these cars right here. So if you want to see how that got accomplished,
it'll be archived. And once it is, you can just take a look. Yeah.
Derek says I'm still working on my set. I got my broken foot and all, so I've been working hard to try and get the track laid down. If I was working, I'd be helping, but I'm not working right now, so I'm a little strapped for cash, but as soon as I get back to work.
Well, I understand physical issues. Trust me, I understand how it can slow you down. So yeah, I hope you get to doing better. I hope the foot heals quickly. So, but anyway, so if you've missed any of them, go to our live section and you'll be able to see any of that we did. And Thursday we'll be building this, and which is the big third tower. And Saturday we'll be working, I hope, on that crane, because I want to put the crane in place back behind so that it will it'll look really good, like, you know, the whole area is under construction. So we're going to do that. Potentially do that one, and then if we get the files printed off for a big boom crane. So, oh, and on Thursday, in addition to building this, we'll be finishing all of the superstructure work right here for this platform that the station is going to sit on, and that part of this is going to be over on. So we will be doing that. Oh, we're going to have our first Easter egg. We're going to have that on our net. We're having a run session tomorrow night. It'll be 9 o'clock. Well, it sounds like it's off the track, but it just isn't. It's going to be 9 o'clock Central Standard Time in the U.S. So that should be fairly early morning in Europe. And that would put it at about 7 o'clock on the West Coast. So a little bit after dinner time or right around. We'll be on for 2 hours. And I'm going to try to get tomorrow, in addition to sanding all this, I'm going to try to get a couple more cars done, even if they're not weathered, but to where they're tracking well, so that we can have maybe 5, 6 cars, 7 cars per train going. So what we'll do is, just like we did the other night, is we'll just turn on the live feed, and we'll just have the trains running. I'm going to swap out that Montana Royal Link for the other one, so that we can get some even running time on each of those. And we'll just let these guys go. So you'll see some new cars. And then, like I said, Thursday. So I guess we're going to have a live both today. We have the live today, and we're going to have one on Tuesday or on Wednesday and Thursday, and then Saturday. So we're going to have a lot of lives. So these are looking, and we'll find another vantage point too. We'll start changing the vantage point around, so you're not just always stuck right here. We may do one like over here, shooting back. We'll try to keep the towers always, so at least one tower always in the picture, so that you can kind of get a size comparison to what they look like versus the trains. What do you think of those cars, though?
I know. Oh, it's fantastic.
I'm happy with those. Boy, those came out really good.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's looking really real now at this point.
Oh,
Like I said, the engines are definitely starting to look toy-ish in comparison to the trains. So we may have to
Montana Railway ones.
we may have to wind up doing some weathering on some engines pretty soon, just so everything kind of matches at this stage. Well, anyway, I was talking about. Sorry, I got kind of really sidetracked. We're going to have our first couple of Easter egg things, and we'll put them up on tomorrow night's feed. See if you guys can find them. And because we're going to be doing that from this point out on all of the live stuff, especially as the city builds. We'll be putting things mixed in with the city. Like I said, when we get everything finished, we'll actually have scaffolding, like window cleaners, where it's like dangling, you know, maybe Spider-Man on the side of the building, stuff like that. We're going to have a bus stop that'll have the South Park kids waiting for the bus. But anything that we have that we put up for the Easter egg hunt, you'll actually be able to see with the camera. We'll have stuff that'll be in the frame, and so it'll be pretty cool. It'll be pretty cool. I think we're probably next week we're gonna kind of do these lives kind of like this about 3 times a week. I think next week, if I get everything worked out here, just so this will start to look better, I'm going to get this all ballasted. So we may do a ballast session next week as one of them, because I'd like to get. Before I get all this finished, I really need to get the ballasting underneath here done and figure out where the loading platform for the station is going to go.
Washington Railboy says your layout looks amazing.
Oh, well, thank you. Thank you. Just wait to see what's coming. We got a lot coming. Like we said, we've got about 30 We've got about 30 skyscrapers, along with about another 20, 30 mid-range buildings. Elevated track, which we'll show off here in just a second before we get ready to sign off for the day. So yeah, so tomorrow night, if you guys want to join us, we're trying to target it in a time frame that, pretty much anybody can come watch. And hopefully have a few more cars done. I may do a few more weatherings today. We'll see. It's already 2:00 here, and the wife will be home soon. So I may not get to any more today, but I can probably get to some tomorrow. So I think this right here is only going to take me about maybe 3 hours to sand everything for this tower for the build on Thursday. So then I'll have some time tomorrow to do some more weathering. I think I'll do these container cars right over here and get those ready to go. So, well, let's get in there. Let's get in there.
Shadow Fox asks, "What's the triangle and the circle emblem on the wall?"
That's the Holy Trinity knot. So that's what that is. In our logo, can you see the logo in there too?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
our
that's
logo's on
behind
the
your
other
head.
side.
It's behind your head.
Oh, there's our other logo. I don't know if you can see it there or not, but I'm going to get the camera and I'm going to show you guys the elevated. So some of you that haven't been here, we're going to show what we're really going to start working on the elevated pretty soon. Once we get Leviathan built, and we've got our next build coming on our, because it takes about 4 days to get everything printed. So in that time, while we're waiting for between Leviathan and the next tower, I'm going to start working on the elevated. And we're going to start doing the second track for the elevated. So we'll be doing that build next week. But I'll show you that.
Jackal says, "Frickin' frozen motor oil on the way back home."
Oh,
Sad face.
oh no. It's cold. It is cold out here. Our high on Friday is -7. That's our high they're forecasting, with the wind chill factored in about -30 to 40. So my wife's a teacher, and they're thinking that they're probably going to cancel school because of that, because the kids standing out at the bus stops. That's whenever we get temperatures like that, they do. They got to make it up in the summer, but she'll probably be home on Friday. So yes, it is cold. It is cold. All right, so let's get the camera, and we'll do a quick tour.
Oh, Ron Lother asks, "Do you recommend N-Scale?"
N-Scale. I was in HO my entire life because of my dad. He loved HO and he loved the size and everything, so I helped him with his layouts. But I'm working in a very, very limited space. That's all I had. This right here is 7 foot, and I'm not saying the other one. This is a 7 foot, and this is 8 foot to 9, right around there. So I'm roughly working in 60 square feet. HO just was not practical to do here. We tried. We've got some HO down below. Once I started setting it in place, it just didn't work. With the 3D printing that you're able to do now, and the stuff that's coming on the market in N-Scale, I'm finding it to be very enjoyable. I like the size because I can do so much in an area, and all the techniques that I developed in HO, I've put straight into working on the N-Scale, and they're transferring down pretty good. I just have to think smaller when I'm doing stuff, but otherwise, I really like it a lot. So depending on your situation, whether it's space, this is also cheaper to do for the most part than HO is. So depending on budget and space, it could be a good option for you. So I really liked it a lot. So I will. So when I do the tour, I'll tell you exactly what we're doing with the place and everything, instead of just saying it here, this way I can point to the areas and show you where everything is going to go.
Shadow Fox said, "Learned something new. Thanks." And Earthquake says, "I had a cold weather advisory for me this morning."
Yeah, we did too. And then fortunately, some of the days next week bounced back up on the forecast so far, but we were looking at being in single digits for our highs and our lows being in double-digit negatives for like 10 days. But we've got some warmer days mixed in, but we definitely have some cold ones coming. All right, so
we do FDM printing, Shadow, but we're looking at also getting a resin printer for like the figures.
Yes.
As well.
Yeah, the figures. Figures do not print well with PLA printing. We tried them, especially in N scale. Probably HO and O would be okay, but not for N. So for our city, we're going to have a resin printer. And we're going to get it before summer, and we'll just set it out back, because I just want the fumes, deal with the fumes. Because essentially, I mean, literally, because of how big the city is and what you see when we do the tour around here in a sec, I'm going to have to print between 25 and 30,000 figures to fill this city up to make it look natural for having 30 skyscrapers and huge stations and big everything. So we've got to print a lot of figures. There's no way I'm going to be able to afford to buy that many made by other manufacturers. So that's why we're going to be doing that.
Dan says this is outstanding.
Well, thank you, Dan. All right, so let me get the camera. I'll get my glasses on so I can see what I'll try to go slower so things don't get blurry with quick shifts around. Yeah.
What if we, after this, just let the trains run?
Oh, we can do that. If you guys want us to let the trains run for a little while, we don't have to shut it off. I was just getting a little tired. I just wanted to take a break, but we can just let the trains run. It sounded weird there. No, it's okay. All right, but I'll go ahead and give you a tour, and then we'll just put the camera back. And if you guys want to, he'll keep track and just vote in if you want, chime in if you want us to let this just run for a bit. All right, so let's, again, I'm going to go a little slower, so hopefully we don't get any blurriness, because I can't keep up with it. So, here is... Oh. Okay. Well, thank you for the input on that. We'll look that up and check on that. Thank you for the info on the resin like that, though. Okay, so here is our elevated track. There'll be 2 tracks here. We're going to start working on that next week, the second track, while I'm in between skyscrapers. It's going to go all through here. This is all going to be skyscrapers, big tall towers. Get rid of this shelf. That'll be gone. They'll all be big ones like these guys here. Like I said, this is the next one. He'll actually be taller. He'll be standing about that tall right there. This is the Leviathan, this is the Mako, and this is the Artemis. The station's going to be sitting about right here, moving around just a little bit, basically right in there. So then the elevated track's going to come back behind with buildings behind in between. And it'll come over here. This is going to be our convention center, huge tall tower, big convention hall right there. More skyscrapers all lining everything along here. I mean, we got to pack in about 25 to 30 skyscrapers. This down here is all of our staging area. This you'll see when we get over here to the jump part. All big tall skyscrapers along here. Get rid of this shelf. Right here, this is where a lot of the staging takes place. This is going to be where all of our switches are that allows us to get everywhere. We're going to have switches that kind of cut off and go over here, and there's going to be a helix right over here that'll get us to the elevated track level and to the track level on the pink foam, and also get us down to this lower level where we're going to have a mountain back underneath here, and we'll have all industry over here on this lower section, and then this right over here is going to be a huge station with some yards, and that helix will allow us to access all 3 levels up here and the levels down there. So, oh, well, thank you. Glad you like it. Okay, so let's see here. So yeah, so we've got a bunch of these. Now, last Monday we did the print on that, where you could see us print that entire top part. My son takes these, and it's a single print file that we usually get, and he tears everything apart so we can do everything modularly. Like you see here, all the panels that come out. So all I have to do is just glue things together, sand and glue things together. Let's see, what else is there? So yeah, so again, this will all be switching, and right here, coming off right here, and coming off of the pink level right here, we're going to have a big bridge like it is right here, big elevated area, both tracks, one stacked on top of the other. We'll be coming across right here to that, and then that way we can either run as loops, or it can get over to where the helix is. On the other side, we're going to add some extra wood over here. It's going to drop down, and there's going to be a harbor right here. We're going to have a
huge ship that we can change out from either being grain unloading or possibly container unloading. We'll put some silos here. We'll also put a small container yard. But that ship will probably be about 4 foot long. Oh, now you can really see the weathering that we did on those 2 back cars right there. Yeah, I'm really happy with that. Okay, this has got a tower, a clock tower still to go. Big, beautiful roof that we're going to paint oxidized copper color, which will match that right there. So this is just all little stuff that we're doing. We're going to have not just this bridge coming over. We'll probably have one right here and maybe one right here. So that, I'm trying to think. I know I'm missing something.
Shadow Fox says no worries, there's a bit of drama going around on the model designed by French Warfare. There's floating resin glue.
Oh.
And Viewfinder says, did someone say my name?
Oh. Well, good to know about all that the information. Think about that on the resin stuff. We'll just be we'll be keeping track of it. Okay, so again, tomorrow night we'll have a run session, 9 o'clock Central Standard Time. We'll just let the trains run. We may let the trains run for a little while right now. And then Thursday, we are building all this right here is basically this section right here, the Mako. This is how much there is of this tower. This is like the foundation layer level. So it's going to come up to about right here. So I'm going to be building all of that on Thursday, along with finishing all of these I-beams right here to create this raised area. So that's Thursday, and then Saturday I'm going to be going back, hopefully, if I have the patience for it, on working on that thing right there, which is that crane right there. So let me put this back over where it is. So that's where we are in this layout. I'm going to get a shot showing you from the room outside. So this gives you an idea. So again, this is a 9-foot section here, 7-foot section here, 9 and 7. So that's the room I have to work with. So 63 square feet, and then a second shelf. So we got like 120 something square feet of this. So that's where we're at. So I hope you guys have enjoyed today with the weathering. If you've liked it and you want to see some more of it, because every car is a little different. There's basic stuff that we do that is the same on every car. But for example, the container cars are very different over what I just did today with the auto carriers. So I'll be happy to do a live session with the container cars. Boy, those auto carriers are just tracking beautifully. They're not wiggling. They're not. And I was really having some issues with those before I did the weathering and reset the trucks on them today. So anyway, we hope you have enjoyed this and have been enjoying them. Like I said, everything is archived. We've got a pretty large channel here. We have over 1,100 videos total. I'm just going to be watching as I go, so I'm not ignoring you. I'm just watching and checking to see how things are running. We have over 1,100 videos between, we've got product reviews, we've got builds, we've got run videos. So you might want to go back through and check some of our short videos, our long videos. The live videos are all in their own section. We've done a lot of really good stuff on the live videos. That's where we've done a lot of the build stuff, has been where we've done the scenery. We did a whole build where I did the rock wall here with both carving it out of the foam and painting it and doing all the weathering. Is there something?
Oh, no.
Okay.
We're at 4,394 subscribers, and we're trying to hit 4,400. So if you've enjoyed the stream, if you could, just please like and subscribe. It really does help out a lot.
Yeah.
It may not seem like it, but...
Yeah, we're trying to get ourselves into the algorithms that YouTube likes. And that all comes with subscribers and the views on our long form videos, the long formats. They're not really long. I think our longest ones these days are about 8 minutes. There's some really neat stuff in them, like all the 3 I was talking about just now. They're all 8-minute videos. We've got our unboxings. We've got the tour of the layout that we did on Saturday. And we've got, well, I can't remember what the third one was now. I'm just at a complete blank. I don't know. There's another one. Anyway, there's some really good stuff in the long videos. So if you have the wherewithal and the time to do it,
we'd appreciate if you just pop in there and take a look, because that'll really help with the algorithm. Put a like in there, maybe put a comment, something like that, you know.
That hype.
Yeah, the hype thing
There's
that
a
they now
hype
have.
feature. Uh-huh.
Yeah. So, but we're gonna be keeping at this, until it's done. I'm hoping to have the entire city pretty well built and most of it painted within another 8 months. Don't know about the lower level, maybe another 4 months to get the lower level done, because there's gonna be a lot of work getting that mountain with the canyons and the bridges done. But I'm hoping to have a time frame of about a year from now, having both levels finished.
Thanks for subscribing, Trawler.
Yes, thank you, again. Yeah, anything that you can do on that as far as the liking, subscribing goes will really, really help. We're just trying to get this channel cycled into their algorithm and to where it just gets put in front of the appropriate crowd. You know, that the people will see it and they'll like it. We're trying to bring you some good entertaining content and some stuff maybe you haven't seen. A lot of the stuff you probably have, but just have fun. Like, you know, we were having quite the run day the other day. I was having lots of issues, but it was a fun day. So we have good fun days here. So especially when it's so cold.
Zis says subscribe to.
Oh, well, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. So yeah, that'll keep you updated. So like tomorrow night, you'll get a notice probably about an hour before we go live with just doing the test stuff. And that way you'll have a heads up on that. And the same for when we do when we do the build on Thursday. We try to do about an hour, because we don't know exactly sometimes until we're like an hour from it as to what time we're going to go live. So, but we'll give you at least an hour, if not more. And sometimes we know a day in advance. So at least you'll get your notices.
Trawler says we should add a subway under the city.
Oh, that's funny that you should ask about the subway. We were actually discussing that the other day. My son started looking for subway stuff, because what we're actually thinking about doing is right here on the fascia of this is cutting a couple of windows out in the various spots and having the trolley, especially we'll get the passenger train right here, is having it a way where you can see the subway.
Rumpelstiltskin says, wow, that's just lovely. They're running so quiet. What's the power source?
Power source is just, we got two little MRC controllers down here. These are just DC right now. We haven't gone to DCC, but Kato engines are notoriously quiet. And because we went with FlexTrack versus SnapTrack or like Unitrack or EasyTrack, you don't have to click every 8 inches or 5 inches or whatever it is. You don't have a joint on the tracks except for like every 30 inches. So that knocks your noise level down. And we used foam roadbed, which is a good noise deadener. So that all those things help to keep it kind of quiet.
Wax asks, hey, first time watching, how big is the layout?
Oh, well, welcome, Wax. Layout is approximately 9 foot by 7 foot, 2 layers. You can probably see the lower layer. We haven't even got to that yet. We're working on the city layer up here. That's all going to be industry and mountains and country running down below. So, but yeah, it's about 60, 65 square feet, something like that. I could have gone a little further out, but I'm going to make a display case on that wall so we can just keep everything up and clean and out of the boxes. So when I want to run something, I can just grab it. And over the corner, we're going to have the helix that'll get to the other level. So I was kind of, because of those other things, I was kind of just limited. This is not a very big room. I think this room is like a 12 by 10. So we're utilizing what space we can.
Shadow asks, thinking of making any dioramas in your city, will you 3D print a cargo ship, for instance?
Well, I just talked about that. We're going to put a cargo ship right here. Well, it'll be a container ship. We'll have two ships. And to be able to change them out, because it'll be exactly the same size. So we'll be able to set them on the water in the same areas, so it'll look like it's always been sitting there. We'll actually have a grain ship, so we can unload into silos, and we'll also have probably a container ship, and we'll have a small container yard right there. So it makes sense why we have these containers. And I'm going to have a lot of hoppers, so it'll make sense to have that right there. So that's, yeah, so we are looking at doing those kind of things. It just takes time and printing and a lot of printing and more printing and more printing. We've been printing solid for like a month now. Almost every day past few days, we've been printing almost 12 hours a day to get these towers done. So
Kelvin says hello.
hello, Calvin. So yes, we are going to have virtually all types of cars, all types of everything. So in all the industries that go with them.
Kelvin asks, "What's the best steam locomotive you have?"
We don't have any steam locomotives yet. I had some at HO, but when I changed over, we got rid of those. I like articulateds and streamliners. So when we do get back to, we are going to have steam engines on here, and we may have some times when we run it because these buildings could be any era almost. We may do black and white. We may do a black and white filter and do black and white, make it look like it's an old scene. Or it'll be modern because we'll have modern passenger trains behind it. So I'm looking to get eventually a big boy Challenger. We're probably going to get, I'd like to get a Yellow Belly CNO. As far as streamliners go, I want to get a Blue Goose. I want to get the New York Central 20th Century Limited. So it'll just be a variety of stuff that we can pair off. The big boy is running passenger stuff now. The Challenger was too, so I'll get 3985 as well. And then we may occasionally, if I ever get enough cars, we may do a long run with a big boy, taking on the Helix and running down into the mountains, with maybe a 40, 50 car consist. So we'll see.
Kelvin says, "My favorite steam locomotives are the GS4s."
Oh, yep, daylights. Yep. Good looking engine. Yeah, daylight is probably one we're going to get to. I'd like to actually find an in scale, the Freedom Train version, the paint job version of that, and the cars. I think that would be a really cool thing to run from 76. So we'll see. It all depends on price and what we can do. But whatever we do, we're going to bring it to you. You'll see it. So it'll be here. And then the other thing is, I don't know where anybody's at. Some people have chimed in from out of the country, other countries, but when we get this thing completely operational, the DCC in place, we will have by invite. If you're going to be in the area, you just kind of let us know, and you'll be able to come if you're passing through the area, and be able to come and do some operating with us. So since I work from home, we're pretty well free on flexible schedules, so we will have that starting probably in the summer. We're 45 miles from Chicago, 45 miles from Milwaukee, 40 miles from Madison. We're about, I think about 150 miles from St. Louis. About the same, about 200 from Indianapolis. So we're kind of in a crossroads area. We got 3 big interstates go right through our city. So if you're ever traveling up this way, and then about maybe 180 miles from, I don't know if I said Minneapolis or not. Yeah.
Got a couple things here.
Sure.
Shadow says, "Epic Noir, nice."
Yeah, get a little noir effect on it. That's kind of what I was thinking about. Yep.
Zis says, "Would love to see the weathered cargo ship details in the future."
Yep, we'll definitely be weathering. When we do the ship, we're going to be rusting it up. It'll be pretty clean, but we're definitely, it's salt. Every ship I see up on the Great Lakes is just rusted and beat up. So we'll make it look real.
Let's see. Great Northern asks, "Is this N scale?"
Yes, this is N scale. We were going to do HO, but we just don't have the room. And I'm kind of glad we went this way because I'm really enjoying the overall effect and look of everything. This is the first time I've ever done a fully dedicated N-scale layout, and I'm just really enjoying it. I'm able to run a bunch of stuff. We're just doing testing right here. These are just staging tracks. Eventually on this level, between the pink foam and our elevated track and this, we'll have 6 tracks. That'll all be able to go, you'll be able to go from this level up to the elevated level and down, and then the Helix will take you to the lower level. So we're able to do that because it's in scale.
Matilda says, "Cool trains. I love these things, like building towns in realistic city and rural setups."
We do too. That's why we're doing this. Yeah, I've always wanted to do a massive city, and by the time we get done with this, once we get our 30 skyscrapers in here and all the subsequent smaller buildings, it's going to be an incredible looking city. So that's why we'll open it up if people want to come see it. Just coming in to see it for the sake of seeing the city will be fun.
Kelvin asks, "Will you get the Polar Express?"
Polar Express. I don't know if they make it in N scale. I've seen it in O. Have we seen it in HO?
Yeah.
So they have an O in HO. If they did, we probably would. I'd actually like to get the Hogwarts Express too. I am gonna get some, English engines. I really love the Mallards. Up in Green Bay, they had a Mallard, up there on display for a while, but it's been sent off since we were there last. I don't know if it's back yet. Beautiful streamlined engine, so we're definitely gonna get some English stuff, and I don't know if it's even available or not, but I would love to get an in-scale, a Buyer Garrett. They were mostly in Australia and South Africa. It's essentially like a 4.8 or 4.64, two engines spliced together into one engine, and it's a massive articulated engine.
Great Northern asks, how far from Minneapolis? I'm HO, but thinking about going to N. I'm going to a club open house at the end of the month.
Okay, Minneapolis, we're a little further away than most places, the other places that we listed. I think we're about 3.5 hours from 3.5, 4 hours from Minneapolis, something like that. So that's, but if you live in that area, over a summertime when we get this up and rolling and open to the public, it's not that bad of a drive. I mean, I've driven to Minneapolis many a time. It's a nice, easy drive to get here. So yeah.
Jeffrey says this is great. I love it.
Great, thank you, Jeffrey.
Mark says, hi there, reminds me of my uncle. Greetings from the Netherlands.
Oh, well, hello from the Netherlands. Well, great. So your uncle was into trains. Was he into in-scale HO? And are you into them? So it's finally kind of hit me, bug to do it. I mean, it's been in the family forever. I helped my dad with his, but actually doing my own has been only based in the past 2 years.
Kelvin asks, will you add subways soon?
Yes, we will be putting this, because we'll have to work it in before I start working on the lower levels, so I'll know how far down to suspend it. It'll go in the fascia level, so that will be right here. So we'll have a few areas cut along here. We'll cut windows out where the stations will be, and we'll put a loop underneath, and we'll have a subway running back and underneath here, so you'll see it probably on each wall spatial. We'll probably have a window here, middle of each wall, and then that way you can just kind of watch them go by.
Nate says cool beans.
Yeah. It'll be fun. I am really liking these auto carriers, and they go around and they're really growing on me today. When I turned the light on after I got done, some of the stuff was like, maybe I overdid a little bit, but now that I'm seeing them running with the other ones, I think we did just fine.
Yeah. Say so.
Yeah.
When you think about the cars that we printed, they are to scale. If you think about them fitting in there.
Yeah. Oh yeah, like here's one right here. So yeah, like a little cyber truck.
Yeah.
Cruising around inside that.
Uh-huh.
So yeah, those little cars right there. So yeah, they definitely are. Our printed cars are just fine. To scale.
Mark said he had HO, never thought about it. He died 3 weeks ago, and now I see HO trains. Haha, love it. How it works sometimes.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that about him, Mark.
Yeah, I am too. Sorry about that. I lost a car. It was that back one. It's that coupler. Let me back it up there and go see if I can go pick it up. This is why I want to change everything out from these horn hooks to micro trains couplers right now. And I've got like a transition card that has both, one on each end, so that I can run them. But eventually we will have every coupler being a micro train line coupler. And we won't have any issues like these things uncoupling like they've been doing. I'm going to check here. Yeah, it's not that the wheels are off or anything. It's just the coupler. Oh yeah, the coupler got a little goofy here.
Ziz says, really love the passion of your old man. 4 a.m. here in Malaysia. Can't wait for future live streams.
Oh, well, thank you for coming along. Next live stream will be tomorrow night. We will be doing a run night where we will just come on and turn it on, and we'll answer questions, and we're just going to be testing, because I'm going to have some more cars by tomorrow night, hopefully, that are weathered, that we'll be testing out. So yeah, if you want to join us for that, that'll be, I don't know what that time for you for where that'll be, but it's going to be 9 o'clock at night Central Standard Time, which West Coast and East Coast should be, in Europe that'll be approximately like 7 in the morning. And so I don't know, I guess just depending upon what your time zone is for Turn the power on. I'll turn the power on.
Mark says his uncle was a train driver here in the Netherlands.
Oh. Cool.
And it's not 9:39 here in the Netherlands.
9:39
Uh-huh.
at night.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's roughly that's what I was thinking, about a 7-8 hour difference. So if we're doing it at 9 o'clock at night, and going to about midnight with it, so that should put it between 7 and 9 a.m. for you.
Kelvin asks, what do you think about the Union Pacific 4041?
4041 Union Pacific.
The big boy?
Yeah, that's a big boy. I love the big boys. I just don't know the 4041 itself. I'm familiar with like the 4014. I've seen the 4004. I've seen number 4000. There we go. Okay. So we're going to watch that tomorrow night. This back.
No,
But it's been running for like 20 minutes, 30 minutes without it coming off. This is these couplers.
Another Mark says, nice setup, chaps.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Well, that does that sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that's all about, but here. All right.
Better no. May want to go. I'm going to go get the.
So we hit the 4400.
Let's see.
So if you haven't, please like and subscribe. We're trying to hit 4400.
And eventually 5,000. 5,000 is our next huge goal.
Yep. That 5,000. We're hoping to get to 10,000 subscribers by summer.
Yeah, we sure did. We just hit 4,400.
Well, thank you, everybody. Glad you've enjoyed it.
This is N Scale, California.
Yep.
Mark says, oh, have you heard of the Mallard A-class British engine?
Yep, we're going to get one of those if we can. I got to see one in person up in Green Bay. They had it in the museum. Love it. Absolutely love that engine. It's gorgeous. That engine class. Love the Mallards.
4401. Thanks for
Excellent.
subscribing.
Thank you, everybody.
Should we give a shout out to the people who left a super chat?
Oh, yeah, let's do that.
Here.
And I want to read here. Why don't you go ahead and write down everybody, and then we'll do that. Let's do that real quick, get them all, and then we'll do the repeat. And that'll be good. Yes, thank you, everybody who's been doing, who has been donating. It's just going right back into this.
And everyone who has will have their name put on a plaque on the layout.
Yep. And everyone that donated, helped us along with this. We're going to put a plaque somewhere in the layout here, up on the wall where it can be seen, or down below. I'm not sure yet, but we will. We'll get a big plaque made, and everybody will be on it.
California asks if we have Amtrak.
Well, I've got an Amtrak Surfliner. I'll show you what I've got here. I just don't have the cars yet, but I picked this up at a train show.
Well, here, let me.
Okay, I picked this up at a train show last year. It's the Surfliner. It's their 10th anniversary. Just absolutely love that. I got a fantastic deal on that at a train show. I haven't found these for under $200 online. I got it for $75. And then we also have, you see that in the image?
No.
Okay. I'll let the train go by, and then I'll get it.
You like it? Yeah.
Family gave this to me for Christmas. This is the other Amtrak we have. It's the other Surfliner for the track safety. So we're going to be running those two together with the Surfliner. I just got to get a set of the cars. That's just one of those things, just can't do it right now. It's just too expensive. So we'll get there. But yes, and then we're going to get, I really love the new, I think it's Phase 7 paint schemes. So we're going to get some of the P42s in that, or AMD 103s, what are you going to call them, and maybe a couple of Chargers. And what I'd like to actually build is the Amtrak Auto Train. In N-Scale, Kato makes the auto carriers for the auto train. So I'd actually like to put an auto train together with maybe about 7 to 10 passenger cars and maybe about 5 to 8 auto carriers on the back end. So we've got that's all in the works. Plus, I mean, I'm going to go ahead and fill in, and we're going to get some other passenger stuff. It's just hard to find because it's all sold out now. I'm going to look for the Sounder. I really love the paint scheme on that, and the Utah Front Range, I think it is, and probably the North Star.
Mark asks, are you putting glass in the windows?
Yes, we are putting glass in the windows, but it's going to be a ways off, and that's going to be a chore that I'm not looking forward to because there are just so many. But yes, we are going to put glass in everything. Once we get, so the way we're going to do this, the way we're going to, how we're going to work this out is we're going to build everything. We're going to build every building that we're going to need. And then we're going to get them placed where we want them. Because these may not be right here by the time we get done with some of the 30 buildings that we print, we may like better and want to put those here. So once we have everything where we want it, then I'll start painting. I don't want to paint until then because I don't want two gray buildings, necessarily two very similar gray buildings sitting side by side. You think it's the same complex. So I'm going to wait till everything's built. That'll be about 6 months. And then we'll paint. And then after painting, after figuring out the color palette for all the buildings, then we'll put the windows in, and then we'll do the window treatments. And on some of these little areas right here, we're actually going to do a room on the inside where when we light it up at night, you'll actually be able to see. We'll do like a scattered set of rooms on each of these, where you'll see actually whether this is office or a hotel or whatever. That scene will be inside those rooms. So when we're filming it, you'll be able to see it.
We've got quite a few here.
Okay.
Okay, let's see. Martin says, loving the railway layout.
Oh, thank you, Martin.
Mark says, nice engine. I sub. This will be interesting to see develop.
Oh, well, great. Thank you. Yep, we've been at it now. We've been doing live streams for about a month and a half, 2 months, and they seem to be doing good. So we're going to keep it going. And what we don't cover here, we cover in the long videos and the builds.
California says, my favorite too, and it's the Heritage Unit F59 PHI. Wow, that's a dream to have.
Yeah, the Heritage units. Yeah.
Let's see. Brandon asks, how fast can they go?
Well, right now, not too fast on this because we're still in testing stages. I've got areas I've got to fix on the tracks. I know scale speed, we could probably get up to about 80, 90 miles an hour in scale speed. Right now, with the way it is, and I don't have everything, I don't have the cars all weighted yet to where they can track and handle it. So we're doing probably about 40, between 30 and 40 miles an hour scale speed right now. So about twice as fast as this if we wanted to actually get them up to speed. We're going to really wait and do the passenger trains really well so we can run those at a much higher speed.
Mark says, nice touch with the light in the buildings.
Oh, yeah. I think it's going good. And right here in the middle, in the lights, we're going to have red and orange lights, and we're going to have dimmers over here where we can have it where you go from daylight to nighttime in a very slow transgression to where as the sun goes down, the orange comes on, the reds come on, and then the lights start to come on slowly.
California says, I have an Amtrak and Joaquin service cab car with all 4 coaches saying
Ooh.
Gold Runner.
Ooh.
They're supposed to come out late 2026, but got them early.
Oh, excellent. Well, you're lucky. Most stuff that's supposed to come out at certain dates don't come out on those dates. When you get it early, it's even better.
Brandon says, interesting. I go to the Museum of Science and Industry in Chicago, and I love their train display.
Oh, we've been down there. Yeah, that's about 45, 50 miles from us. So we've been there a couple of times. That's really having that H.O. Sears Tower in scale is pretty cool. Oh, okay.
Joey says, wow.
Oh, thank you.
Grant says, have you thought about making the 28 years later scene with your train station? It would look crazy.
28. I have not seen 28 years later. We've just been waiting for it to hit our streaming services, so I'll have to see what it looks like. All right, I want to do this real quick here. We started off the day. This past weekend, we had a number of donations and gifts, so I just want to thank those people again. We had Davey, Dallas Blackburn, James Kurth, Tracks to End Scale, Jonathan Tyree, Ron Midlow. All right, then we have, I guess that was the last of them from the weekend.
Mm-hmm.
And then today we have Louis Flores, thank you for the super chats, and the draftsman, same thing. Thank you for the super chats. It's been fantastic. So thank you, everybody. And like I said, it goes straight into the layout. And we're keeping track of everybody that contributes, and we will make up a plaque and put it in here. So you'll be a part of this as long as we're running it, which will be the next 20, 30 years.
Your username will be on our layout.
Yep.
Here on a plaque.
Yep.
So
whatever you have as your username, that's what you're going by with this. That's what it will be.
Mm-hmm. Beginner Train says hi.
Hi.
Mark says, awesome. You really thought about this with the daytime nighttime switch.
Yeah, and we may put it on since we've got the dimmer, we'll put it probably on get a program with a slow timer, so it'll just kind of come down and go up at the same time. Lights down, city lights up. I don't know how to do any of that stuff, so that's going to be a learning curve. Everything's doing well. This inside track I'm having problems with, so I'm probably going to tackle it this weekend. We may do that as part of our Saturday live stream. There's a curve over here that I can't run the larger cars on at the 6 axles. They don't derail, but they lean off the track. So I'm going to work on that, and I've got to tear up a bunch of stuff over here. So we may actually do that next week in the live streams. That's a lot to do. And I'll just like to get all the track done in one day. And we're over there. We're going to put our extra power feeds on over there. So we'll show all that. How are you on the subscribers?
We're at 4404.
Well, excellent. Thank you, everybody, for pushing us over that 4,400 mark. We're trying to get to the 5,000. So that's our next goal. And then we're hoping by the summer to be at 10,000. We're just going to keep pushing like this on everything, and we'll be here. And
Joey says, really can't wait to see everything you're talking about. Very impressive.
Thank you. We try to make good leaps and bounds every time we get together, so you see change. A lot of times, it's stuff subtle that you may see on other people's feeds. So we're trying to make it so that every time you come in, there'll be something that'll catch your attention that you didn't see last time. Like this next time, we'll have half this building behind me built. And by this time next week, this building will be finished. The Leviathan will be done. We'll be working on the next building. Hopefully by the end of next week, we'll have our 5th building pretty well finished. So, and then we'll be doing the cranes. We'll have the cranes in place. And so we're hoping just to have it where when you come on, you see something new. It's not the same old, same old. Right now, I'm just stuck with engines. I'm not stuck. I love my engines, but I'm just stuck with these right now because I don't have any others. So you're going to see these for a while until we get some more. These have been good for testing. So they're beautiful runners, and I love them. And they're all 6 axles, which is what I want to test with, so that I know if my 6 axles work, the 4s will be no problem.
Mark says, yeah, it will look very nice.
Thank you. So tomorrow night, be our next one. Like I said, I'm gonna sand this tomorrow to get it ready for Thursday, and then when I'm done with that, I'm gonna weather these 2 container cars right here, and we'll slap them on the back of this train right here. And now that I've got this running, I've got these coal cars that I've done. We'll probably put those on the back of this mixed freight. So we're gonna just try to keep adding and adding to. So every time we come in on doing a run video, we'll have more and more on there. All right. So I think we're pretty good. I think I'm going to pull these in for a stop.
Mark asks, what's it built on? 1-inch timber?
Yeah, just a sec. I work on 2x2s. And I'll show you here some of the construction in just a minute. What is that noise? I don't know. All the legs are 2x2s. These are 1x4. The fascia is 1x4, and the shelves. This is all. I haven't done this in a while, so I'll do this real quick. The shelving that I use is all damaged shelving from our local hardware place, Menards, here in town. There's an area where they get stuff in, like they get out of boxes, the shelving they put in their racks for people to put up on for shelving. Well, if you get these, if you wait for them, this is all 3/4 inch. You can get them anywhere from 99 cents to $2. So that's all this is, and they come about 18 inches, 12 to 18 inches in width. So then I have them braced underneath with 2x2s, and then I have 2x2 legs that come down. So I'm going to tell you what I've got in this so far, so you can see I try to do things on the cheap. All the track is used. I've got it at train shows. I recondition it. I sand it completely, get it completely clean, white down. Then I paint all my ties. I do that by hand. We've shown that on a couple of live feeds. So that's my track. The road bed we go with, it's not the expensive cork. This is the Woodland Scenics foam. It's a good sound deadener. It works beautifully. Takes paint. You can glue the stuff to it, no problem. This is only 50 cents a section. The foam, that's the most expensive thing that we have on the layout, and the 2 inch is the most expensive. The 1/2 inch is nothing. So far on this layout, including what we have spent on the resin, not resin, but the filament here, everything you see built, bench work. The only thing that I'm not counting in on this is rolling stock. So, I mean, bench work, foam, track, hardware, everything for both levels, we're sitting at $450. That's it. That includes the little power packs that I bought here, just to be able to put power to it. So that includes the scenery materials, the stuff we use for the ground, all the extra styrene I've had to buy for doing the elevateds, all of it, except for rolling stock and engines. So you can do this pretty cheap. That's really not that much. I mean, that's barely more than the cost of maybe one engine completely decked out with sound and DCC. You know, those things even in N-Scale are running like 300 for a really nice one. So it's like maybe half again the price of one engine to have all of this ready to go.
Mark says, "Hey, a bargain's a bargain."
It is a bargain, and that's the way to do it. You can do anything you want to. Depends on what your budget is. So if you don't have a big budget, we did this with about $450.
Bananas asks if you have any Santa Fe engines.
Not yet, but we will have some Santa Fe coming. I'm looking right now. They're hard to come by. I'm looking for Fox Valley models in scale. I really want a pair. I'd like to get a set, a GP60 M and B in the silver and red war bonnet. They're a nice little chunky engine. Have them together, just an A and a B unit. I think would be really great on some mixed freights or yard work. So I'm looking for those. I missed out on. I got outbid on eBay this weekend. And that's how it goes. I know what my budget is, and I got outbid by $5, and it's like, well, got outbid by $5. And it was a blue and yellow dash 9. So, but yeah, we'll have some Santa Fe coming.
Jojo says hi.
Hi.
Great Northern says, curious as to why you use this camera angle instead of the typical way. Is it a function of the phone you use?
Everything is such a mess that right now we're doing mostly verticals, and so we keep the focus area right where we want the camera at. So there's no distractions for everything that's around. We do plan within the next couple of weeks, we're going to look into it. We're going to have simultaneous streams. Gabe said there's a way of doing it to where we started as a vertical, but then we can add on a horizontal. So we'll have to get that set up with the cameras to where you can take your choice of how you want to watch. But we will always have this one because I just like how it focuses in right where it is. Like when we were working today and we were doing the weathering, this focused it right in on the tabletop. So it just allowed you to just be right where I'm working and where we need it to be.
Mark says, you've been very good answering my questions. Thank you very much and see you again.
Oh, well, thank you, Mark. I hope to see you maybe tomorrow night at the run or Thursday on the build, but we'll be around at least 3 times a week with the live streams. So we'll be here.
Gerald asks, are AHM building kits good?
Some are, yeah. Well, almost any building kit's good if you know what you're doing. Take your time building them. You can make any kit a great kit. You know, if you paint it ahead of time, you don't go with just the printed plastic, some weathering on it, some details. I can find great things in any kit pretty much that I've ever built. And I've built hundreds of kits out of the box. So yeah, I've built AHM and they're really good.
Mark says, thank you, sir.
Oh, welcome.
Great Northern says, makes sense on the camera angle. I'm looking for more N-based channels. Are there other channels that have lives that you would recommend?
I haven't really looked for a lot, mostly because unless we're doing a live stream and dealing with it that way, I really don't do a whole lot online because I'm in here and I'm working on this stuff. So, or we're out at a show and we're getting videos there. So I really haven't done a whole lot of looking around.
Yeah, as I've scrolled through the short feed, I haven't seen any other model railroad live streams.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah.
Of any scale.
Right. Right. Okay.
Brian says hi.
Hi, Brian. So I think we're gonna wrap it there for the day. We've been at this. How long has the stream been going?
4 hours and 1 minute.
Ooh, that's a long day.
Yeah.
So, but those doing the weathering on those took longer than I thought it was going to take. Doing the weathering on those auto carriers, I thought I was going to have that done like in 2 hours, and it took 3 to do it. So, but that's all right. They came out looking the way I wanted them. So anyway, so tomorrow night, 9 o'clock Central Standard Time, we will be coming on, and we will just be doing running. I'm going to be doing some track work in addition to the other stuff that I've got going. So I'm going to be testing some things out. I've got some things here that have started to move on me. I don't have enough nails in, and I want all this to be perfect before I start putting ballast down. So we're going to be doing some. I'm going to be doing some work on this, and we're going to be doing some testing afterwards. So we'll be doing a live tomorrow night doing the testing. So and then Thursday we'll be doing the build for the Leviathan Tower. So we've got a lot of cool stuff coming up.
Great Northern says, thanks guys, I was in and out and enjoyed it.
Good, good. I hope you come back. I hope you subscribe. Again, please do like and subscribe if you guys have enjoyed this, because we're trying to hit that 5,000 mark on the subscribers. So great. I'm glad everybody's had a good time today, and I've had a good time working on the cars. So we may do, like I said, I may do some container cars, show you guys how I do those, and so we'll just go from there. All right.
Gerald says, I'm going to try and build an N-scale layout with the Unitrack I have.
Oh, very good. Yeah, Unitrack's great. Unitrack's great. It takes a lot of the work and the hard problems out of it. So we've got a community section, so if you feel like sharing, when you start putting it together, feel free to post some videos or pictures or whatever you'd like to up there.
And that's on our main channel page.
Yeah.
Connor asks, what is your channel?
The Northern Light Railroading. You should be able to find a link in the feed right there. If you just click on the name, you should be able to go right to it. And we got 1,100 videos on there, 1,100 plus videos on there of everything: runs, builds, reviews, all kinds of stuff. Our other live feeds that we've had where we've done actual builds. If you want to go see what we do, that's the best thing I would recommend doing. Just go check it out, and you can catch up with us and see what we've been, how this started. Virtually, it's gone through so many different iterations that we're now finally kind of happy with where it's at. So, but yeah, go check those out. There's some great stuff there. But that's the best thing to do. All right, everybody. So until next time, you guys stay warm. We're going to try to stay warm. It's going to be really cold here. Stay safe. And thanks everybody for joining in and all the great chats and conversations today. So we'll look forward to seeing you again, we hope. Like I said, tomorrow night, Thursday, and Saturday. So take care until then.